you're doing a workshop? Or are you doing a presentation?
Presentation.
Okay, great. And you're just before the.
And at 9:30.
Okay, so you're number 2.
After you. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Excellent.
So shall I?
Yes, let's do that. And where are you based?
Oh, I'm in London.
Oh, okay.
Not far.
I'm Urs.
I'm
It's this one. Oh.
Just drag it to the desktop and it's there.
Okay.
Perfect.
Hey, check it out quickly.
Yes.
I'm coming from Switzerland.
You speak English there?
I'm
Full screen. To change slides is just the buttons, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
How nice to meet you. Where are you from?
Yep. It's all there, thank you.
Yes, I'm traveling around.
I can stay for the other presentation.
Yes, please, please. We need everybody's support.
I'm touching not on Portsmouth, but on Hampshire a little bit, because one of my projects on the Blue River. So it's just, yeah, it's... How are you? Yes, yeah, I was there a few weeks ago. My first visit to Gosport.
I'm trying to give them out.
A friend of mine built one of my artworks, had his yacht in the marina at Gosport. So he wanted to show it to me because he's going to sail around the world single-handed. It's tiny, it's not as wide as this room. But these mariners have got a different sense of it. So, well,
Yes, we look at them.
yeah.
We go and have a wander every so often. Sorry,
Yeah.
Great.
No, it's a little, I love Portsmouth.
Yes, it's
Yep.
lovely.
Yeah.
The whole area. We moved there.
Yeah, maybe I'm looking as well
11
for
years ago.
people in
I did a talk about 2 weeks ago at Aspects Gallery on Goodwood. Yeah, because my artwork, which I'm going to talk about, was actually in one of the wars about 5 years ago on the edge of the shopping centre. But
I was there the other week.
well, yeah, I just think it's fascinating and like it's interesting to be there and here
Yes.
and look at 2 Royal Navy dockyards
Yes,
in contrast.
yes, yes.
And this one is, I think, probably fascinating architecture, probably almost more real than Portsmouth. But Portsmouth have got really interesting ships.
Well, yes. It's more interactive station. I'm just learning the history of
for me as well.
You know, sort of
I admire
you get
what
to
he's doing and
walk around, it's not an intensive show. We're finding
in person I met him,
Well,
yes, I
Victory
think,
was built just
but I don't know
Yes,
where.
yes.
in the Victory Dock.
Yes.
And
I know
somewhere,
that he was
somewhere
with
in
me
the last 100 years,
100 events
which is really more recent,
online.
all the sails from Victory from Battle of Trafalgar were at Sheerness.
Yes.
And they've been lost somewhere along the way, as far as I'm aware. Nobody knows what's happened to them. So with all the kind of candle marks
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
everything else. So it'd be fascinating to
Yes.
find that.
Yes.
I need somebody to spend a year researching.
Yes. Yeah. But if they paid me, I would do it.
Right. I'll work with the
I'll make the
dockyard.
time.
Uh-huh.
Oh yes, I'll definitely be there for yours.
Oh, thank you.
Because
No.
it's,
How long I have to
something close to my heart, really.
Yeah.
Coming home.
Yeah, well, it's something called the Exbury egg. It was a 6-metre long floating egg that I lived in for 12 months on the
And I'm
Blue
starting
River as a guest of Exbury Gardens,
5 past, okay,
Exbury
that we were early.
who really gave me permission to be on their land.
Okay. Half an hour.
I was just like living close to nature in a sort of self-sustaining way, with solar power powered back to the egg for Wi-Fi, which didn't really work very well. how much I'll get into that kind of detail, I
Yeah.
don't really know, because it's more of a
We're speaking about?
about
This, that's
why, really.
Great.
mine's on addiction, it's not really addiction. So,
So,
that's the sort of ocean and sort of
yeah, no, same.
Hi, morning. So I just wanted to put yes.
One of my friends is the president
What
of
do you want to say?
Institute
Oh, yes.
of
Let me move.
Organizational Resilience
Where can you
in
put
the
this?
UK. And he's close and working with me together in this field.
For
Maybe you should bring you together.
coffee breaks for
Professor Jim Fowlers, he's as well the senior board figure of the NHL and all the regional trusts.
Ja, genau, genau, ja.
Organizational resilience.
Das ist noch mit mir. Arbeitet in Deutschland. Aber schon 20 Jahre mit mir.
And he's there about resilient processes
Ja, ich spreche das
during
nicht.
in companies,
Aber ganz schnell, ich finde das Wörter.
in all the different fields of business. And
Vielen Dank.
Englisch, aber
Dann ist
es ist,
dann das
ja,
So-
genau. Weil jetzt, ich habe schon sehr lange nicht mehr Englisch gesprochen.
Dann
Weil,
verstehen Sie meine
ja, ja,
activities.
früher war ich mehr mit dem Kopf zusammen. Ja, 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 genau, ja, ja. Gut, wenn ich shoppen gehe, kann ich schon zu meiner Zeit, gell?
Ja,
Das und das.
ja, ja. Vielleicht Donnerstag.
Am besten in der Mitte, ja. Kannst du da, ja. 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 Und dann komme ich dann auch zu dir. Ja, und das Portemonnaie gibt es fürs Taschen. Ja.
It's cooler in here, isn't it? It's a bit cooler in here.
It's great. It's very, very good. You should imagine Switzerland, a coronation, 36 degrees we have at the moment.
And I'm saying our 19 degrees is
Yeah.
nothing.
It's, our 19 degrees is a gift for us. Yes. Of course. You are speaking about
Addiction, but it's not really addiction, it's about the trilogy, the final, hello, the final part of Winnie's Elbow, which is
Wow.
a little story of every other year,
I
and
like
this is the
it.
third
I
part.
like it.
But she came to me and thought that she should be not but an underlying thing.
You know, that is that I'm loving, not liking, but loving on your presentations, that there were authentic stories behind.
So true, just the
it's
actual
really
name has
what
been
life is designing
Yeah.
and creating,
Yeah.
and that is the
I
real
think anyone
advice.
who gets it, I don't think Julian gets it.
No, I
But he
think
doesn't.
I really love this, because we has to observe more real life and learn from life,
Yeah.
you know? And that is that what I'm so passionate about.
Yes,
To see to life, to see solution
Yes,
life
we can
had
learn
for
from
us.
it.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, of course.
because I learn every time.
Yes, of course. I'm speaking about the creativity, and I found out that there are hidden secrets about creativity we are not anymore thinking about. And during my work on my presentation, I found this, that, and then I found this break, and then I found this, and I was at the end again passionate about my presentation focus. And if I wouldn't had already booked this presentation for it, I should do it again. So No, I really like it.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm now in August traveling to Liverpool Hope University. My boss and friend and housemate, Dr. Greg Marsh, you met him.
Yes.
He has overtaken a new job as
Still
the,
within the
no, as the Dean of the International Business School of Liverpool Hope University. And so he invited me
So
to
he's
come
okay
alongside.
then?
Yeah.
Because I never heard.
Yes.
They didn't let you
No,
know.
no. And they had, how can I say, a dispute about the strategy for the future of the business school.
I know.
They have changed the whole business school of the university and made out of 5 colleges 4, and have integrated the International Business School, who is the biggest college in the university and is making the biggest income, under the College of Science and Arts, who has the smallest income. And that was a bit difficult for him to step down in his position and go another way. And
Well, we have to take it on because I
Yeah.
didn't hear it. I did ask.
yeah, no, I've guided him the last months through everything, and he had maybe 15 posts as vice chancellor and pro vice chancellor. And then at the end, his origin is Liverpool
That's a hobby.
and region, and he decided for.
If anybody wants to go to the workshops, these are the forms to fill out. So put your name down because we need to know how many people are going to any particular workshops today.
Hello, good to see you again.
Right, so professionally it's
Hi. Okay, so we'll start in a minute.
Yeah, excuse me.
See you later.
and then link it. So how find
Die meisten Quellen,
therapeutics purposes and how it can be used
da kann man
as
relativ raus.
and
Da muss man,
as a personal
die sollen auch, wenn sie links sind, dann
yeah, that's true.
On the other hand, I've always found I get more anxiety making art.
Well, you will see that in my presentation.
You should practice in the morning.
Well, not at the moment. I just finished my second master's in health policy.
No.
And, well, I was at City University. And my convocation is on 18th. Like next week.
Oh wow, yeah, fantastic. Exciting.
Yeah, it is.
Then what? Have you worked in
Well, I am still applying for, for more
wenn,
professional jobs.
bis wenn wohne ich
It
erst
wasn't very easy.
zwischendurch.
Genau, also nun ist I do, my with study it's a bit difficult to manage a full-time job.
Yeah.
So now I do more because like applying
Mhm.
teachers and different
Shopping as end. Shopping as end.
I did work
Okay. Hast du mir am halben winken?
That was for universal health coverage,
Ja.
different ways of partnership. So I was working as a research assistant there. And that was for like 7 months. Then I came here.
Na, sehr gut.
That was a good experience. I would say
Ah,
that's the
right.
feeling. So I'm looking forward to expand more time.
Just coming in now.
chess? 2 minutes, right?
No, I'm no hurry. I'm flexible.
Very good art. No, but some health soldiers do art.
Well, I think it's more, yeah, it's more restricted.
Because normally I have more
and
information.
they do these activities.
From his time at
More
York,
information.
and he was on holidays in Corsica.
When I was
Course, 2 weeks. So I thought maybe he has enough money and drive there. In one case, we had to go.
Not expensive,
Yeah. So I did not really yeah, he said.
That they've now found John at the airport.
Really? That's good news.
I think history wasn't.
Yeah. No, no, we have plans that we are making nice tonight.
Rob's pushing on time. So he'll come to Lord. Once he continued, he was busy. So
Are we ready? Okay, welcome everybody to day 2. We are, if it's your first time here, you can use the Wi-Fi on EduRoam if you wish. Or if you don't have EduRoam, you can register for an account with Wi-Fi Guest. Now it's fiddly, so when you start and you log in with Wi-Fi Guest, go through the entire process. Do not cancel at any time because it will give you problems. So if you're using us on social media, please use the hashtags CartsCon or CartsCon 2023. And we are looking forward to another exciting day of presentations. And as I said, we have 2 locations. We are here in the Clock Tower Lecture Theatre for formal presentations, and then down at the Galvanizing Workshop, which is about 5 minutes walk from here, for workshops. So again, there are these forms here. If you look and see that there are some workshops you'd like to attend, please put your names down on there so that we know, and we may have to limit the numbers of workshop participants because of space. So today we are kicking off again, focusing on the main topic of heart, which is all about emotions and creativity. And our very first speaker comes to us all the way from Switzerland, Dr. Urs Hauenstein. Over to you.
Julian, where I find my slide? This is another one.
Oh, just escape,
Okay, and then I find it.
and you will find it. Yeah, just close that.
Okay.
Is that this one?
Yeah. Okay, down and then slideshow. Perfect. Many thanks. I'm very honored to speak today about that what you have in your presentations all. I'm speaking about creativity because I found out everybody is speaking and having creativity and is using creativity or is misusing creativity. But we are not naming that as a key competence. And it is in fact the prime key competency of the world. And therefore I thought it is very, very important to speak about this. So I'm speaking about the prime key competency, creativity. And you never have heard about a prime key competency till now, because everybody is really deleting this and thinking that it's normal that you need creativity for doing something. Yes, of course it is, but it's therefore the prime key competency. And that this prime key competency is producing and needing as well other competences is clear. And therefore I want to show you this, And I'm starting here in the beginning, of course, in the origin. And there are two origins. The origin of history and theology, the book of Genesis, and then there is parallel the origin of science. And I will show you all the two origins. And when we are looking to the book of Genesis, we know that God said, or people said about God, that he created the universe, the world, within 1 week. And the difference to this is at the science is interpreting and documenting that it was billions of years. But when I look to this, a week can be a year, a week can be 10 years, a week can be a life, or a week can be billions of years. And I think that is very relevant, but it is the same needed for creating a universe. And that is my idea to speak about this. And I can say, when I'm speaking about this, God is an artist. And God is a creator of the universe. When you look to the book of Genesis, he is a creator. And a creator is doing creativity to start something, to create something, to build up something. Tomorrow we have an event, BIM knowledge, BIM for higher education, transversal BIM for higher education. This is nothing else than creation, and the creation process in different fields as well. So it is the same origin academically. So when I'm going to the science and to the approach of the science, where we're speaking about the Big Bang and the creation of the universe, the same thing. Science is speaking about a creation, about creativity, and who knows who is the creator? The creation process is the same, and who knows how long it is? The creation process with the content is the same. And I show you a beautiful video I found from BBC Earth. I have already watched the video maybe 20 times because I really love it. And I think that is the good base to present it to you. The creation of the universe.
So here is the creation story, as told by science. In the beginning, there was an ocean of energy that drove a rapid expansion of space, known as inflation. There were ripples in the ocean. As inflation ended, the ocean of energy was converted into matter at the Big Bang. And the pattern of the ripples was imprinted into our universe as regions of slightly different density in the hydrogen and helium gas that formed shortly after the Big Bang. Denser regions of gas collapsed to form the first stars. galaxies. And 9 billion years later, a new star formed in the Milky Way, the Sun. The star was joined by 8 planets, including Earth. And nearly 13.8 billion years after it all began, we emerged, blinking into the light.
The creation of the universe. When you look in the next room where the paintings are, you find a painting who is very similar to the Big Bang. And it's incredible when you see this and you think about the combination of the book of the Genesis and the information of the science, and when you emerge it to a common view, and when you think these great possibilities are really the basics for creativity. And this creativity is in us all. Therefore, I'm so bored and unhappy when I see that the European Council has created the key competences, and then times when they have created them, it was something new. They created 8 key competences, and I'm happy that they have added as well learning to learn and the entrepreneurship competency as well in their list. But can you say me where you find creativity? They have missed to say creativity and innovation somewhere, and creativity is not in it. There are the old normal language competences, mathematics, the STEM fields, the digital competence. Learning to learn is good. Social and civic competences, of course, as well, for the approach of the European Union to go that way. Sense of initiative and entrepreneurship is something very highly gifted. And I'm trying to write there a book at the moment as well in this field for entrepreneurship for the future. Entrepreneurship as a part and important key competence in all fields and all levels of education. Cultural awareness and expression. Maybe they thought creativity is part of that. But creativity is 1,000 million times higher than only that. Because creativity is not only painting, it is as well included in other fields. And you see another video I'm presenting to you, I found on the database of the World Economic Forum where I'm working with, a video about creativity. And the source of this video was coming from Cambridge University, Science, Nature, and many other highly gifted institutes. So it is a very short video. You have to be very good concentrated on it. There is no audio on it, so you have to read everything. But there are very good informations in it, in this short video, and they show that creativity is far more than only IQ. So, because it goes over that. What is your creativity? Do you have a key creativity? Are you working with creativity? I'm happy to hear some voices from the audience, from you. Can you say me about something about 2 sentences, 3 sentences about your creativity you're using, or what is your helping for your world? Who wants to start?
I'd say that in my art practice, I try to look at the creativity of nature and give nature a voice because it's silent, and try to step outside of the equation of making something directly.
Great.
So that nature, mute nature, is given a voice, and to be a sort of amanuensis
Yes.
for the natural world.
Yes. Yes. Only one minute. Yes. When you think about this video or this photo of the salad plant in the video, it's such a small idea and a small creation to plant salad vertically and not horizontally. And what you could do with this small creative idea, and it's not painting, it's creativity in other ideas and fields. So it's really needed. Pamela.
I was going to mention the garden actually,
Yes.
because I am creative within my own small plot at home. But I never thought to grow the salad up
Yes.
the fence, as it were. I just thought that was quite interesting.
I visited 2 months ago a school of gardening in Riga, Latvia. And they have given to every plant, they have millions of plants there. They have given to every plant a digital ID. And they are archiving these digital IDs with their computer system, and they are monitoring how they feel and what should be done for them individually. Incredible. And they can monitor and can show the process of well-being of these plants and how they feel, because they are measuring everything, they are giving water and other nutrient fields to them every week automatically, and they say we need the gardeners who are working for that as coaches, as individual and customized plant coaches who are looking to the good life of these plants. And they have the whole entire campus they have used as a school. They have several thousand students there in the WEET field who are learning that. When you want to see that, there is a conference in mid of September with the name SIF 2023, Skillman International Forum, in partnership with the Educational Ministry of Latvia. And Julian will be there as well and will present there as well. We are very happy. I'm one of the co-organizers of this, and I really like it, what we can show to an entire broader community. Other creativity fields? Yes, please.
I'm what is called multimedia artist with an engaged practice. So these are big words, but what it means is that I like connecting creatively with people, trying to build bridges.
Perfect.
No matter what the age, background, and steps they do it. And I think it inspires me and inspires them. It's like an interchange.
Very good. I'm the senior president of a television in Switzerland, and our family is organizing that. And we have every year 2 new persons who are doing the 4 years vocational education training as multimedia experts. Yeah. So I like that because I see concrete what that means, how that could support an effectiveness of worlds, of surrounding, and for us, of course, for us human beings. Other fields of creativity, yes?
Well, I practice my creativity through fiber arts, and what I like to do is I like to combine 2 entirely different art forms at the same time. So my focus mostly is fiber arts and at the same time music. So I like to explore how, you know, creating something with my hands is actually enhancing my ability to form a particular tune or a particular piece of music.
Music is mystic. In this Riga plant, an agricultural big project, they are giving the plants music because they say they like it. Music is a creation of the world, not only for human beings. It is for animals, it is for plants, it is really for the world. So I think we should use it much more. Other creativity fields? Olga?
In my work, I think from time to time I needed inspiration in new approaches, and I have kind of a rule. Every month I try new things so I can kind of suck at something new. But I think that trying new things, seeing new people, is the way of actually boosting creativity, because that's the, you know, brings impact. I'm not particularly good at any of those things that I try, but I think for me it brings a new approach to my everyday work. So that's what I need to do.
We all know the organizer of this conference, Julian. His creativity beside others are creating musicals, creating music, and many, many more, writing, and many, many more. Julian, do you want to say something else of your origin and origin of creativity?
I don't know if there's any origin to my creativity. I just get easily bored. So I like to do different things. I like to try different things. What drives me really is the ability to create something from nothing.
I
So
like that.
if I can see that there's a result from some work that I've put in, that motivates me. And whether it's bringing people together for a conference like this, or whether it's creating my own works, I like the fact that the time I have here, the limited time I have on this earth, is being used towards making something.
I think that is the best definition of creativity. To create something from nothing. Understand? It's incredible. It's really, that is creativity. That is creation. And we all are creators. We all are artists. And we all have the possibility to create our future. I'm working as professor for education and management for the future. Therefore, I can't do my job without creativity, because that is the core, the key of my life. And my family knows that. Sometimes when Earth is crazy, he needs to paint, or he needs to create something else and be more the artist. Because sometimes I'm more artist, sometimes I'm more educator, professor, teacher, sometimes I'm more researcher, but I need as well to learn. And I'm learning from making something out of nothing, from this process, from the prime key competency, creativity. But it's not easy. It's not easy for us, even in the last years and centuries. We are living in a multi-disrupted time, and we are living beyond crisis, and we are not coming out within the next some 100 years, experts are saying. So you have to be clear that living in a disrupted time is as well the future. But to solve the disruptions, we need creative thoughts, creative actions, creativity. And it's not solving by itself. It needs an activity, and it needs as well creating something from nothing, as well creating something from a difficulty, from a problem, finding solutions from a problem is as well the creativity thought. So I'm coming to the end. That is as well the time now. I'm happy that when I'm going home, I have some days and weeks holiday, and I already know which paintings are living in my head and has to get done. So of course that is important for me, and that is as well my motto of life. Everything I do is art. I'm the creator of my universe, and humble, that is the combination of Genesis and science, and humble for whatever I get from God or others. So yes, and the last slide, I'm working here with Swiss Quality. Good to see you, Martina.
Great to see you too.
And the last slide was a photo, I think some years ago, in the arts conference in Canterbury, and I made with my colleagues together a painting workshop, and we painted together one painting, and it was amazing. The result was amazing. I think the painting is still hanging in Canterbury in the HQ, so I will control that tomorrow. and we had fun, and I think the creation process should be a process of fun and of humbleness. So yes, So many thanks. Be creative. Create your good world. You can create a bad world, but you can as well create a good world. So I'm in time with my Swiss watch. So Julian, I give over to my next speaker.
Thank you. Well, we have time for a few questions. Does anybody have questions for Urs? Yes, Sunita.
When I work with elderly people and I at times have to co-create, working with them. So what do you say about the process of co-creation?
Of course, important. I think less processes are only creation processes. Many processes are co-creation processes. I think many activities are co-activities. And I think we can't do life or world only by our own. I think we have to do it in teams, in partnerships, in families, in communities. I think that is so essential. Yes. No, I like it. I love it. Yeah.
Another thing I wanted to say was something about creation. And what I feel is creation is almost like giving birth, because you are conceiving and then you are producing and then presenting it. So it's a process where you are giving life to your imagination or your
Yes.
ideas.
That is the one thing. And the other thing is we all here are midwiferys in this process. No, it's a big responsibility when you are able to be a midwifery. And because then you are the first teacher, the first medical doctor, the first coach of a human being. And you are giving this human being something with for life. Yeah. Thanks.
Great. Does anybody else have any other questions or comments to make?
I think just to add that everyone has the potential to be creative,
Yes.
but it's developing that and taking the next step.
Yes. Yes. And keep in mind these two videos, not the first video, this Big Bang video and the Genesis. These two combination possibilities. That this is the creation. This is creativity. And therefore, creativity is the prime key competency, because it is creating world, good world. Thanks.
Thank you. Always inspiring. Right, we're going to have our next speaker, who is, sorry, yes, oh, Dr. Harris. Hi.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you.
It's called Why Not, right?
Right.
There we go.
Is it all right if I just keep this here?
Of course. It's your stage.
It is.
Okay, so now we have a very interesting, very different take on art. And we've got Dr. Harris Khan, who can tell you a bit more about himself, because I think his background also makes it very interesting as to why he's doing this. So it's creativity in every sense.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Urs, for the very beautiful presentation, which actually gave me a lot of ideas for my own, and I had quite a different one prepared. But now I see that, well, it will be a bit different. So I'm a medical doctor from Pakistan, and I have done a master's in public health and health policy. Fiber arts is my passion and interest on this side, and well, it has always been within me. I kind of found it a little, later in life, but I was always fascinated with the texture, with the colors, and as a young child, my interest was more piqued by the beauty of the object. It was more mundane, so I was more interested in how beautiful this thing is, and I wanted it for myself, like a child. So, but there was no one to actually do it for me. I mean, okay, your mother can make something, but eventually that triggered my creativity. So, because I wanted to actually explore how a thing has been made, how an object of what we call as beauty, so that has been created, and that led me to explore my own creativity. Where does it lie, and what triggers that creativity? And from there, my journey for into fiber arts and other related art forms, it started, and it did affect my studies a lot. And I was many times I was rebuked by my parents that I spend more time creating rather than studying. But as artists, you can imagine the kind of high that you get from creation. You get immersed in the process, and then you can forget everything else. So that leads to my presentation, why not? So what is knot, and why are we using these knots, or fibers or art? So, well, we have a knot here, and we all have these unsolved puzzles, unsolved knots in our mind, in our brain, that we are constantly striving to form, to untangle, to form a linear piece of work. So how we can do it, and how we can achieve that stage where we can have everything sorted out in our brains. So, well, let's go to arts, introduction to arts. So what are arts and crafts? What art and craft is, basically it's any visual art and craft practice that produces a tangible item that we can touch, we can see, we can feel, and we can hear as well. So that is more of an art form. While on the side, crafts, what differentiates between arts and crafts? So art is more open-ended. It's unstructured. There are no boundaries for art. Whereas crafts are more related to the formation of objects that can be useful, that are more in practice, that form an object that can be used, or any form, either as a decorative form of art or anything. So that creates the difference between art and craft. The primary difference is the formation of these objects. So craft is bound by a person's ability, experience, and his how to explain that? When we say craft, so it is limited by a person's experience or his ability to make something, while art can be anything. So it depends on a person's own imagination, own expression, how he is able to express himself to the people. So that is art, and that's the difference between arts and crafts. Fiber arts. So fiber arts is a specific genre of crafts which uses fibers. So fibers can be any medium. It can be reed, it can be cotton, it can be anything that you can actually that is present in nature. It can be from the plants, and it can be even human hairs. There's a lady in Italy. Her name is Chiara Vigo. She dives into the ocean and gets the solidified saliva of a clam, and she brings it back, and then she weaves it into beautiful structures. So this is called sea silk. It's a very different different kind of silk, and probably she's the only person on at the moment on the earth who does this kind of work. Her place or her house, it says there is no hurry here. Everything is calm because she sits in a corner and she's always weaving quietly and calmly these pieces of art, which are smaller in size, but it shows her creativity. She's creating something from actually nothing, just like Dr. Earth said. So that's her creativity. She goes, she works for it, she dives into the ocean and brings out something which no one has ever seen. So this is all a part of fiber crafts. When we look at more common practices, these include crochet and macrame, knitting, embroidery, quilting, and these are endless. You can create anything with fiber crafts. It's a huge genre. There are just too many options available in which you can express your creativity. And the good thing is that it's not just related to any specific gender. It's irrelevant of gender and age. Anyone can do it. It's open to everyone. So you can create. It's becoming more popular with the younger generation as well, because they find that it correlates them with the older generation. It forms a bridge, a linkage, and it helps them to understand the older generation, how they think and to gain from their experiences and to build up on that. So that is how fiber arts is helping the younger generation and the older generation to maintain a beautiful connection. So they are transferring the skills from the older generation to the newer generation, and from men to women, women to men. So everyone has an equal chance in fiber arts. Well, then we come to mental well-being, mental health. So mental well-being, how do we define that? It is defined broadly as a state of well-being that leads to a self-realization of one's own potential. How much potential do we have in ourself? And it leads to a self-belief, and that again helps us to cope with the stresses of daily life, and also to enables us to work productively and to contribute to the community. So this is a comprehensive definition of mental well-being. Then how does art helps that mental well-being? Well, it reduces the stress hormone. Physiologically, it reduces the stress hormone cortisol in the body. It enhances endorphins, the release of endorphins from pituitary gland and hypothalamus, and those in turn, they help us combat pain and stress. And also they provide a sense of fulfillment. They enable us, they give us self-confidence that we can be more positive and we can contribute more to the society. So these are, all forms of art, they do that, of course, but fiber arts are more in this because it's a step-by-step process of creation, and you overcome little hurdles on your way when you're creating. It's not very simple. You have to, like I said, why not? Because you have small knots in every in every step that you have to untangle, and once you have done this, then you get a sense of accomplishment, and step by step you go ahead and until your final result is reached. So how to increase our endorphins? So what we have here is all sort of activities that enhance pleasure. Eat dark chocolate or engage in exercise, I wish. Listening to music, that's easier, so we always listen to music. And then creating art. So creating art. Human beings are a work of art. Like Dr. Earth said, it's the God is an artist. He created human beings. So human beings are a complete work of art. If you look at the alignment, the geometry, the working of the skeleton. And from there, when you go to the microscopic fiber levels, where different fibers in our body are connected together, and they function together, when they are connected effectively, then they function as a complete human being. And that is a creation. That is how fiber arts work. So when there's a disturbance in our system, when these fibers are disrupted, then we need some outside help to connect them again. And that's where fiber arts come in handy. It helps connect all those disrupted fibers within our brain, within our body, and helps us maintain a normal physiology. So this is how our physiology of fiber arts and mental well-being works. So other than endorphins, we have got our feel-good hormones, which are dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, and endorphins, of course, which are more or less all of them related to creating or fiber arts or art activities in all different forms. These the increased amount of these hormones in our body, it leads to a sense of fulfillment, contentment, and self-realization of our own potential, and also a confidence, increased confidence level in our own abilities. Then let's hear from some of the celebrities and artists. What do they have to say on fiber arts? So we have Tom Daley. He's the the British diver and Olympian. So and he has been very popular when he was spotted knitting during his tournament, during the swimming tournaments. And he says that he did that knitting because it kept him calm between those stressful events which were going on. So that kept him sane and going. He was so much meditative, and it kept him relaxed during those stressful times till he actually performed, as we have all seen, and won different medals. And now he's writing books on knitting. He develops patterns, and he has books and his own YouTube blogs where he teaches knitting and all different sort of crochet as well. Yeah. So let's hear from another one. Yeah. So Jonah Larson is a 12-year-old crochet prodigy. He started learning crochet and started crocheting from a very young age. So what does he say? That he finds it very calming. He finds crochet very calming and like a therapy. So he finds the repetitive movements and the repetitive stitches in while working out a crochet piece. It keeps your mind focused. It also calms you down, and it actually generates happiness. When you make something again and again, your train of thoughts, it goes on and on and on, and you're just creating, and actually your thoughts are flowing through your fingers and creating a very beautiful piece of art. So fiber arts can also be used as a medium to express yourself. You can express your concern. You can have you can take up different social issues. You can pretty much do anything that you want to do, and you can use these fiber arts to create a message, to create an expression. For example, this one says stay home, like COVID. So that was the popular one, stay home, stay safe. So things like this, you can always use fiber arts to express yourself. Then let's hear from a micro macrame artist, Jean Wertman. She was a 94-year-old artist and a personal friend, and who passed away this April actually. She battled cancer 2 times, a broken hip, a COVID lockdown, and all through that she stayed positive, and she never stopped creating till her death. She was a a well-known person in the field of micro macrame, and she took it up at the age of 79. So that was when I actually met her online, and we collaborated and we exchanged emails and became very close friends. So she developed her own style at the age of 89. I mean, that's a long time to actually start something. So, but she did and became a huge name in the field. Later on, as her health deteriorated, she took up painting, but she never stopped creating. She created and created and created. So, according to her, that was what kept her going, what kept her alive, what gave her strength during these trying times, during the COVID time, during her, battle with cancers. That's what, kept her going. So, well, effects of fiber arts on mental health. Well, that's not the effect, actually. It has much more better effects, which increase, well, it engages multiple senses, and, the rhythmic patterns and rhythmic movements, they help us gain a more calmer state of mind. And also, sorry. So it lowers cortisol level, it lowers anxiety, it boosts up, confidence, improves insomnia, diminishes dementia, it helps with dementia, and it improves focus and cognitive ability, and it helps you to attain a higher flow state where your mind and body become one with the task at hand. So the creativity flows from one end to the other and back and forth. So that is the flow state that you can get with fiber arts. Similarly, according to a crochet designer, Kate Larson, she finds hand spinning a powerful mindful practice. It helps us to meditate, and because she says that it puts you in touch with nature. You are touching an object directly from, you can say wool, or directly from nature, and it puts you in motion with the nature, and also all about maintaining a perfect balance. Well, art therapy, art has always been used as for therapeutic purposes, but it became after 1940s, it became a formal program to be used for therapeutic purposes for mental well-being. And according to the Journal of American Art Therapy, they say that half an hour of creative activity can reduce your stress and have a positive effect on your mental health. Similarly, we can deal with emotional trauma, physical violence, domestic abuse, anxiety, depression, and other psychological issues through being creative. These are, all of the fiber arts, they have different type of fiber arts have different sort of effect on people. And for example, knitting has more a meditative and relaxing effect or a calming effect on people, while crocheting, it increases your creativity. So that's there are a few differences between the different forms of art and different effects that they have on an individual, and different people, they employ these techniques according to what they want or what their needs are. So automatically they employ those techniques to help them cope with their issues. Let's go ahead and see. So a comparison between knitting and crocheting. Like I said, crocheting people experience more benefits in creativity and accomplishment. Quilting and knitting are related with more relaxation, more stress relief, and happiness levels that are increased during quilting. And well, according to Greta Herman, a study by Greta Herman, cross stitch and needlework is the most popular fiber craft in the age group of 16 to 27, while most of the age group from 50 above, they are more interested in knitting and crocheting. That is like 35% and 27% respectively. So the frequency of creating is very important, and for increasing self-worth and happiness. The more you create, the more you will be achieving self-fulfillment. Fiber arts is not just a solitary activity. It can be a social and a professional activity. So you can do it with your loved ones, with your friends. And on a professional level, you can see this is a clip from 2015 New York Fashion Week, where macrame was was used to embellish all the dresses. So this can be taken to a professional level, and so these are a few crafts that I mean example of what I do normally, and I have employed crochet, weaving, macrame, knotwork, and embroidery. Well, it did help me a lot. So there's crochet here, knitting there, embroidery there. And why I do it? I do it because it relaxes me. But really, you don't have to go overboard like this. So that will be all, and well, thank you very much, and like be creative.
Thank you for that amazing thing. Don't run off yet. Do we have questions? Do we have any questions for Dr. Han? Yes, Nadia.
What's your favorite among all the what you do?
Well, my favorite medium would be, I have to say, a macrame. I'm in love with macrame owls, and I love creating macrame owls. And micro macrame as well. It when you take it to micro macrame is well, you are dealing with much more finer fibers, and you are creating a much more smaller level of work. So it's smaller, but it requires even more attention and much more detail than macrame that was used in the 70s, where you must have seen the huge plant hangers, pot hangers, curtains, and room dividers. So I have to say, yeah, micro macrame is my favorite medium.
Yes, Eleni?
Thank you. Are you aware of any collective creations in the field, like a bunch of people, women mostly because of the gender roles, to stay in a room or elsewhere and co-create piece by piece and then unite it?
Yes, actually a lot of them do these community activities, especially, and you need a purpose for that. So for example, when it was the pandemic, COVID, so what happened was, well, I have seen around London, people started decorating their post boxes. So there are post box toppers everywhere, and they're beautiful. And it was such a nationwide activity. Everyone was doing it, and it created a sense of community, even though people were not allowed to sit with each other, but they created this, and then over social media they connected, and these exchanged these pieces.
Yes.
15 or 20 years ago, I cannot really remember, there was a piece of fiber traveling across the world. It was created by some women in Latin America, if I remember correctly,
Mm-hmm.
and it was about promoting human and especially gender rights. And it was amazing. In each country, a woman or a man and a light could put a piece of fiber. And it was I don't know, an art, this procedure was an art about the art in itself, like a river.
Yeah, and that is actually a very beautiful thought. It's more like, if you remember, there used to be chain letters that you had to forward to other people. So it goes from one to another and to another, and you never knew those people, but it created a sense of bonding between different nations, between different populations. So to bring them together, that we belong to the same earth.
Thank you.
Martina?
I suppose as a doctor, it probably helps you to feel peaceful within and perhaps I'm also speaking for myself, that it's something self-satisfying, and at the same time when you are out there in the world working and helping people, it creates this peace that you have an awareness of not running, but an awareness of keeping one's peace within. And as you do that, creating, when you are working with patients, it just makes you more gentle, more kind, more understanding, and a listener instead of wanting to, just go fast. So I found that very interesting in my work, and because I'm right now helping my family because we have a few problems. Okay, my work, I'm not seeing patients that much, but it helps me cope with what's going on around me, what's going on around the world, and at the same time, it gives me time. I do collage. It's like I collect magazines, newspapers, and I cut them out and different colors, and I just put them together. And I found out that this is so amazing. I mean, I'm a peaceful person, but it just puts me on another road. And I remember back in my country, in southern Greece, in our area, the tradition is more deep. It hasn't gone away. And the women, because they were doing so much work in the countryside, in the farms, picking the olives, taking care of the children, cooking, all kinds of stuff, taking care of the animals, going down to the sea and collecting shells and playing with the kids. Anyway, I remember the grandmothers. There was like an area made out of stone. It was like a small theater, and they had like stones around it. They would go and sit, they would knit or crochet, and they were like gossiping on what was going on. And then I remember my grandmother, and then they were drinking the coffee cup, and they were looking and sharing information. But even drinking coffee and reading the cup is very, creative.
Well, yes, that's very beautiful, and that's how fiber arts works. It brings people together. It gives you a sense of community. You come together and discuss, all that you have in your mind. You are doing it both with your hands, so that flow is going from your brain and out into an object, and at the same time you're talking about it, so that keeps you relaxed. And I myself used to be a very impatient person, to be honest, but over the years that has helped me reach a more meditative state where I can listen, where I can be calm and assess a situation rationally. So that's how I would say that fiber arts has helped me a lot.
Okay, last question, sorry, Nicole.
Do you ever do fiber arts just to create nothing specific? So is it always you're creating an object or a pattern, and if so, is it still relaxing?
Okay, yeah. For that, I would say that, initially it started because, like I said, that like a child, I loved beautiful things and I wanted to have them, and since there was no one else to make them for me, I made them myself. But with time, I realized the potential, that there is so much more to crafts than just being a beautiful object. So it is more of an expression, it's an art form. And that's where I realized that, I have a limitless horizon in front of me where I can make objects where I can express myself through these fiber crafts. So now my focus is not towards just making something, but it's more towards expressing myself through those things, and being an artist rather than a crafter. So that is a difference. That's like a leap that a crafter has to go through. He has to leap to become an artist. So that's the difference between the two things. And
You are a holistic doctor.
I'm what?
A holistic doctor.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I would say maybe, hopefully.
Well, holistic doctor, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Okay, we're going to have a short break now. We'll be back at 10:15. So feel free. I think the cafe opposite is not yet open. It opens only at 10:30. But we have paper cups there if you want to help yourself to some tap water. And we'll see you back at 10:15.
With Yunnan medicine.
I want to introduce you.
What's your name?
She is. I know what you can do.
Yeah, for me, both is interesting. I think it's really.
That's the way we started. That's the way we started. I saw your photo, you're in London.
I was amazed when I saw in the internet there are these prints of people from the church against the results of the science. And I said, why do you not understand this? He said, it is together.
And you got all the
And as well the same thing from the Spanish people. From the theoretical
stress and
from the philosophical.
like explaining about the different
why you understand that you
excretions
the
of our
results
body,
you
like
brought
what's
on the
happening
table
inside.
are
chemically,
used
biochemically,
philosophically
Dr. Martin
as well
also amazing.
for
Oh,
us.
she said,
Yes,
You
she
said
knows
about
everything
your
about
artist
herbal medicine, all
impulses.
and we have a program here at the school. I
find the whole idea of art and
naturopathic
relaxation
medicine. We have
wonderful, and I
bachelor's
can
in
achieve it.
naturopathy.
Yeah.
But it's such a
This is
disturbing
the
time,
doctor.
body making
She's there.
I am the director.
She's
So I find
in New York at the moment,
It's about
and then
chaos and
sometimes she goes
Yes.
to Greece.
and people can
I
balance
like
Yeah.
making
And
art
she's been
because
all
they
around
can't
the
You're
world.
traveling all the time.
doing
Yeah,
it.
and
It's
she's
like
going to India in November.
thinking about
Yeah,
I
we
think
actually
I
had
should
a
take up
conference
macrame or something
in
because I need that
Uttar Pradesh,
Yeah.
and there is an academy of
process that has parameters.
Unani
It's a bit
medieval
like
medicine
art,
there.
like doing a
Martina,
jigsaw.
yeah.
And there isn't one picture, and there are
I will,
500
yeah.
pieces.
And then
There's
for
an
your
infinite
his
number of
work,
pictures and
you
an
will
infinite number of
connect
pieces.
because I love flowers.
And
That's why I
you
connect
think
with
you're solving a puzzle, but
And
you're not
Actually,
solving
I got a big
anything.
space
You're
now
just
in Connecticut.
another
that
few
they
links in
built
a chain
church,
somewhere. And
And
I get
thinking of
depressed
doing
profoundly, thinking
art
I'm
there. My
very useless.
son-in-law is a very famous artist,
Um,
and my daughter is a filmmaker.
So I just think, I think I must do it
My
because I'm
father and my
insane.
brothers were musicians.
It's not actually an
My
obsession.
great-grandmother
And
and
a
my
ritual.
grandmother, they
It's a
were
ritualistic
midwives
obsession.
and
It's an
natural
individual
doctors.
It is a
But it's not in the
I
other
can't
thing.
quite
My
do
grandfather
anything else.
is
But I don't know why I'm doing it.
Therefore, I spoke
Oh,
about
it's
holistic doctor. I think everything
I don't
is
have that DNA, I'm
coming
afraid.
Science and art is together. I want to talk about
So you're going to be
what
here
is
today? Or?
Yes, I am.
the interconnection of
I've
life
been
and
asking
death.
him to join the gala, but
Not with
he's
people on
very
top.
Congregation.
And that's so-called lesser
Oh, I thought we
places
get
below.
all
But I
the
will
That's
do
been a
Where
real
do you
problem.
live?
London.
Everything's
Oh,
equally
that's good.
involved,
Okay,
so
we
I don't
connect.
touch on that now.
Yeah.
Oh, what's your Instagram? Because I know your Facebook, but I don't know.
I'm
your
so
Instagram.
happy to
You're all on Insta. Oh,
Miss
right.
you.
No, it's
so
my
much.
Oh.
Facebook is
Yeah,
my,
the same Greece.
when I'm doing the work. So,
How are you,
just in
Sonny?
case I
everything with
swear,
you?
and then I want to stay in that also.
Very nice to see you.
Yes, very nice.
I had to rest because I was having jet lag.
Yeah, I understand. I yesterday, even with my travel from Switzerland, it was too much. So,
Yeah, I imagine. Sorry I missed, but maybe you can share it with me so I can
Yep.
see it and get more
Oh, I missed you.
inspired and creative.
I missed your presentation as well. and it was
Oh,
very
my
good.
presentation, I was
I
kind
was
of
using iPhone.
not sure what I was going to do, you know, so finally I worked on it and then what happened, I just let it go and I started just
Oh,
talking.
yeah,
It's iPhone.
Well, I'm going out a little bit.
yes, well.
Yes, you go now. Okay, okay. Što kancelskoli?
Yesterday I
Kada
made
pola
this
tamo da
for
ja ćem
Jamila.
brojnje
So
će.
I just made it for you.
Please do.
Yeah,
I
and
love
then
that.
I can tag you.
Yes.
So you
Okay.
guys will know.
Oh, yeah,
Okay?
yeah.
That is my friend. My friend, I never met her, but she's in, but she was the winner for this year
Oh.
the one is Fudge.
Yeah, crochet.
Person. And her name is Anta, she makes Indonesian and German and English.
You can tag me there. And I will have a look. I wish God was here.
Yeah, I think she works as the kilt or something. She's doing the kilt.
Oh.
Uploaded a lot of cuts. Because this is part two. So how one she put it, but she's also in it, she won that for the winner. Yes, she used to work in a big company for finance actually, so data analysis. But and then her hobby is that, and then because she got injured, and then she used a wheelchair. Antari Foster. Then her husband got cancer, so now, so yeah, she got a lot of problems too. But and then yeah, I never met her.
Yeah,
It's just
welcome.
through the community because I'm ex Indonesian. But this,
Okay.
but and then they lost this. You know, they said it, they put it and they couldn't find or something. She was really upset. I don't know in the end. I don't know. It's happened, you know, when you put it in the, and they said they're gonna send it, and then, you know, the delivery got problems, or, you know. So, yes, she got, she won with this one. You know more about
I
this.
just followed her.
But just, I'm, you know, friends, and I'm doing that, and then I will tell
I
her.
will.
I never met her. But yes, but I think we'll connect
Yes,
if you are
of course.
doing the kind of similar thing.
Similar thing.
Yeah. Sorry. Oh, where's my? Sometimes a few people, they forget their iPad yesterday, they forget their bag. Every year we got that, so make sure we got everything.
Easily done.
Because we
You get distracted and talking. And
I know, and we're so busy, and then we're just like, but yeah, so we have, this year we have lots of amazing people.
I've enjoyed both presentations this morning.
Thank you very much.
I'm saying people, you know, I found him through Facebook, you know, social media also work.
Yeah.
And I
so many
called
years.
him, I said, you're amazing. Do you want to join our art conference and share your experience?
Well, I was wondering how you found everybody. Some people, I guess, responded to your open call. But yeah, what a great way to use social media to
And,
find
It
people.
is.
yeah, and coincidentally, his friend, his best friend, also someone we know very well. He's supposed to give a present, but he couldn't come in.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So you came instead.
So I
Well,
think you
can
too,
say.
so at least you know,
Yeah.
it's Stephen Turner
Okay.
and it's Harvey Scan.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Yeah, I wish I do find art relaxing. I do some of the things I do, and I think people enjoy it and it relaxes them. Sometimes more than me as the maker. Like looking at it, I think people enjoy doing it. Sometimes it really depresses me, and I get so upset that what I think I'm doing is rubbish. And it seems so important that it be right, but there is no right.
That's true.
And so often I just think, what am I actually doing? You know, does anyone do it? Even I understand it. And the only solution I found is not to call it art anymore. Just to go about my life doing stuff that I think interests me and is provoke curiosity appeared in somebody's song. I think curiosity is a good thing. Just to be curious about who you are and what your world is. That seems to be might be the start of being creative. So, but I think I wish I could get some endorphins released. More than I do.
Well, you
from
can
the
eat dark
activity.
chocolate.
Yeah, true. Actually, no, that gives me migraine.
Okay.
How terrible.
Okay, so you're listen to music or your option
Oh no,
limited?
music I can do. Music is
Music you
very
can do, okay.
relaxing. Yeah, that is true. I find I work much better making visual art if I have music playing in my studio as well, which is an interesting thought. And I don't know the kind of music. Sometimes, not that it's background music, or it's something that can wash over you somehow. But it affects the way I work, the kind of music. Yeah. But no, I really enjoyed it. I think I should take up macrame or something.
Well, it is actually very interesting. Once you get get into the thick of things, then you start enjoying it. Once you've learned, and nowadays it's I see. I mean, it's very common. It has come back again. I see so many kids around, and in the shop for children, for grown-ups, and everything. So it's just a jump from one to another level. So.
And a friend of mine used to, when he's on the train going to work, on a commuter train.
I was trying to get up to that courage.
Well, he said he got some funny looks when he was doing it.
Yeah.
Because people, I mean, this was 20, 30 years ago he was doing this.
Yeah,
On the,
okay.
on the
Wow.
commuter trains going in from Surrey to Waterloo. He was surrounded by city types, and he was there with his sort of
Doing that, and at that time it was much more difficult. I mean, nowadays it's normal. Nobody really gives you a second look.
And
Actually,
people like, as you pointed out, Tom Daly did so much for people by doing that in public view,
and that
whilst waiting to die, which is
Right.
actually, maybe that is another creative action, diving, which he found he needed a secondary creative activity to relax him,
to relax him, so
to
he was connecting
do
the two
other creative activities
activities.
he found more stressful. So maybe that's some creative activities do have some stress.
So there was kind of a synergy going on between the two activities.
Yeah, and I think that's perhaps true.
And when I first saw his picture, I did feel a bit odd. I said, okay, I mean, he's sitting there, it's a diving competition, and he's knitting. I mean, when you knit when you're feeling cold, and he's actually going for a diving without any clothes. So there's such a huge contrast between the two things.
But I guess it's you can put your mind into, as you kind of were saying, into a meditative state, and your hands are working, and it takes no conscious thought to make an action.
I remember when I was doing my internship, so I used to stay, I had to stay at the hospital for the night. And at that time I was more into wire work, so that was easier to carry actually. I mean, you have a couple of wires, artistic ones and pliers, and you just take them and beads and everything. And I used to take them with me there. And when, before sleeping, I used to do a bit of jewelry making at that time, right in the hospital.
Where's Dr. Cat? Oh, well, he's making his jewelry.
So, but thankfully I was in my room, so nobody ever saw me doing that.
Actually, I have to be careful after, if you do any surgery in the operating theatre, what the stitching might look like. Wonderful woven, multicoloured stitches.
It should be, I wish. It's, I mean, people do say that, I should go for the surgical side. I suppose I have to find it more, I do find it, of course, it's very rewarding, it's very interesting, and you're not just, it's not just hypothesis that it's in your brain that okay, because you have these symptoms, so you may be having this. Surgery is like what is there, you're going to take that out, or stitch these different things together, so you know what you are doing in surgery, and you're doing it with practically. You are not just prescribing medicine, you are actually doing something.
Yes, true. Yeah, and it has to be done with a precision too, which is there's no kind of leeway as an art. I think that's a pretty edge.
No, you just can't do that.
It's so focused and
It is.
concentrated. Yeah. But I bet there must be instances of creative surgery where someone solves a problem in a way that hasn't been ever solved before, just by changing the process. I don't know, I can't think of any. But
well, it depends. The one who has, it takes a lot of exploration. You have to keep exploring the options, the things that you can do, and also I suppose there's availability of people willing to, put themselves up for experimentation.
True. Well, I thought maybe think of one, when it's probably something I've read about in a wartime situation, in emergency surgery. Someone wasn't breathing, and the surgeon used the biro casing to perform a tracheotomy, where you can put the biro into the airway so that someone can breathe when they weren't able to breathe unassisted because of some obstruction, which is I guess it's creative. It's like there's always a solution.
There's always a solution. I have found that sometimes when you don't have equipment or you're in such a situation.
You're back.
I'm back.
Everything all right? Some people at the Galv were saying they couldn't get onto Wi-Fi. I don't know if you've noticed.
Absolutely.
Brilliant.
Perfect. Solve the problem right where we were. Without
Okay, so.
I'll be.
Really?
Hopefully, well, I mean, there's an expert.
those
we'll make a
needles
few
have a
adjustments.
scanner, so
We
you
shut
can
that
use
off.
them
Right.
for different purposes, not just for to take out blood. We used
Fall
to,
down, is it?
Frank, can we roll this down a little?
I remember using cannula needles to drain out the
makes it
we were having obstruction and there was nobody else available.
Okay, can we all take our seats, please? Because we'd like to begin. Ah, perfect. The gloves lessened.
It's a bit slow. Do you want it down all the way?
Might be a bit better, yes, because the light is sort of. Oh, it's much better now, yes. Worse for taking photos, but okay. I think that's enough.
Yeah.
That's enough, yes, thank you. No, that one's okay. Okay, welcome back to our second half. Thank you very much for all your patience. And I'm sorry the coffee station is not open yet, but it will be from 10:30. So the second break, you'll be able to get your caffeine shot. I have the great pleasure now of introducing Lisa Lobanova, who is going to dazzle us with her photography.
Oh. Big words. Thank you. Just wanted to start by saying that I'm honored and thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be there, and I hope my presentation will be useful, if not useful, interesting. If not interesting, at least funny. The topic of my presentation today is the synergy between the conventional photography, mobile photography, and artificial intelligence, the world that we hear today very often. Here. So, in a perfect world, given the 20 minutes I have, I would like to discuss all of this. And hopefully I will be able to if I'm not talking too much. So, let's start with introducing myself. I'm a photographer, obviously. I don't know what my clients are thinking about me, but I like to think about me as an emotive portraiture photographer. Not fashion, not this kind of oiled up people sitting and staring at the camera. So basically I shoot sort of this kind of things, which coming back from to the first presentation we've heard, creating memories for people. So I really hope that that's my creative side that my clients see. So creating something that looking at this photograph, they will remember that day and that moment. So, yes. All right, so we will discuss the three fields, which are conventional photography, mobile photography, and AI-powered photography. There are three different fields, but they are sort of coming together because AI is becoming the big part of our life. So you can see the three images. One is taken with my DSLR, one is taken with my mobile phone, and the other one I've created in an AI software, which if you don't know that it's artificial intelligence created, you would probably never say that it's not a real photograph, it's not a real person. So they becoming incredibly interpolated, and I'd like to discuss how we can integrate that into creating our art from photography speaking point of view. So conventional photography, I'm not going to bother you with blah blah blah, and it's been for centuries. Now we can say that it's been for centuries around, starting from huge cameras that would take I don't know, hours to produce a photograph, going to film cameras, to digital cameras, and mirrorless cameras nowadays. And it wasn't always available to public, and I was born in the 80s and I remember that I looked at a photographer. It was like some sort of a god, a person which would create a photograph of our family, and we had yearly visits to the family photographer who would have the studio, and it was like a family event. We would go there, he would sit us and produce one picture until we go there again, and he does the picture next year. So something like that. Look how happy we are on these pictures. And it became more and more available. With the development of technology, and cameras becoming less and less expensive and basically available to the general public. And there are some advantages and disadvantages, obviously, of the conventional photography. From advantages is still produces, regardless of what everyone says or thinks, it still produces the best image quality. You have all the controls over settings, if you know how to do it, with the lighting, with the camera settings, etc. And that's why they have these fat manuals when you only read when something is breaking. And it's durable and lasting, so the digital photographs can be reprinted, and and if we come back to the previous slide, there's still these printed photographs. They are digitalized now because I scanned them in order not to lose, but the quality of the print was so good that after 40 years it's still intact. Mobile photography. Mobile photography, we refer to any photographs made with any of the mobile devices. Tablet, I actually once seen a person in a Green Park taking a picture of the swans with a tablet. That's not the most comfortable way, but it's still mobile photography. So yes, mobile cameras. Every mobile has a camera now. I remember when I had one of my first mobiles with a camera, it was like 1.2 pixels, and we would go among ourselves in the university and comparing how many pixels do you have on your camera. Oh, I have 1.8. Ooh, you're so cool. And you would take a picture and it was so blurry and they were like pixelated everywhere. But well, with technology developing, it's not an issue anymore. However, as I've said in the previous slide, still digital cameras, conventional cameras produce the best results, because when you do the picture, make a picture on a mobile camera and enlarge it and open it on your computer, you can still see the lack of quality. So it offers you to create a photograph right now, here, and share it with social media. So during there was a spike in mobile photography during the COVID times. Remember the fun times? People were depressed, they didn't have a certainty, they didn't know how long it will last, they were sick, and they were bored. I was bored, and I started exploring something that wasn't too much in my priorities. So I was taking pictures, I was thinking, yeah, I'm a professional photographer, I'm taking pictures with a professional camera. And I started to explore the mobile photography, and I believe most of the people spend time on social networks and online during the COVID times, and started to explore the apps and the ways to utilize my iPhone better. So these are all pictures taken with my phone camera and edited on my phone. And I created the small online sort of community course, like a marathon, lockdown mobile photography, where we would get together and do the tasks, and I would teach people the conventional photography methods, which still apply to the mobile photography, which is composition, building the scene, etc., and editing, of course, and combine it with mobile photography using some available at the time mobile apps. So mostly the subject is my daughter here. So yes, the COVID-19 was a time where the mobile photography had a spike, big spike. There also something which still stays in the industry is a remote mobile photography, where you would be in one city and your subject would be in another city, and you would take the pictures via a software using the phone of that person who is on the other end. So this is the work of some of the participants of my mobile photography lockdown course, and in some cases you wouldn't even say that it's taken not with a professional camera. So that black and white with the cup, that's pretty nice, and the one with just using the sphere, the blue one here, one of my favorites. So yes, that's all that all is taken with the mobile camera. So as usual, we have advantages and disadvantages of every way of capturing pictures. And the advantages of mobile photography, it's available to almost everyone. It's small, it's affordable, it's easy to use. You just click the button, and there is not so many settings that you need to be aware of. And you can share it straight away, which is the whole point of mobile photography, that it's available. And there are disadvantages, as I've mentioned before. It's an image quality, still lower. The technology still didn't catch up with the classic DSLRs, and limited control over the settings. Limited control because the settings are limited. You cannot have as many settings on the mobile as you can have on a normal camera. So here is the examples of some of the apps that we've used. Not sure if any of them are going to be useful, but for example, Lensa, which came out as the first, one of the first, probably you've heard about it in the last year, the first app which utilized the artificial intelligence, but not in the COVID times because it wasn't available back then. It was the first app which did one simple thing. You would do a photograph of yourself, and it would make you so pretty that you wouldn't recognize. It was even better than Facetune. So yes, that's one of the pioneers of this kind of softwares. PixArt is the software that the app that I really like, because it gives the opportunity to basically create anything on your phone. It's semi-free. Basically, all the main features that you could use are free, but you can obviously get the subscription. And the extra bonus of this app is that it has a community. So a community of people who are creating something with this app, where you basically what it gives you is that if you like some effect in a library, you can just simply apply it to your picture, and it step by step recreates what the other person created. The other app is Fine. It's very minimalistic but with very nice features. And if we go back here, the bottom middle picture with the sky was created with that app. Fine allowed me to add some heart-shaped clouds. Obviously it's not all that it does, but it can be pretty helpful. So another three is Airbrush, which is similar to Lensa but a little bit more sophisticated. You can apply makeup, and recent addition that I've seen, which is adjusting the body type. Personally, my moral norms are against all this kind of editing, but for some people it's quite useful. So Mix is, I think we've talked about Mix. Oh no, it's fine, similar icons. Allows you to blend the pictures together and create sort of double exposures on some surreal photos. And Snapseed, which is free actually for all the users, Android and Apple users, and it was one of the first great apps which still gives you all the opportunities of all the editing, from exposure to all other things, apart from adding special effects. So this is if you don't want to spend money and you want to edit pictures, I think Snapseed is the one to go to. And we are going to the main point, is AI and neural networks. So in a photography point of view, is the computer that helps you with some tasks. Apart from creating the picture from scratch, it helps you to automate tasks and change and edit, and it does that through the computer algorithm, I would say. And for photographers, it adds a convenience. So for example, there is one AI-based app, software, which I use all the time, which is called Imagen. and it saves me time from doing what I really hate in my photography business, is culling the images. I hate after the photo shoot sitting and looking through 2,000 of images, deleting manually the ones which are duplicates, or the ones with closed eyes, or the ones that have taken too many. So that software really is a magic for me. It culls the images from 2,000, for example, to 100 or 150 that I can edit later on. So that software uses the AI technology to recognize all these things. So let's do the boring bit. I like to learn, so I was reading a lot about an AI in terms of photography, and I was surprised to see that it can be tracked back to early 50s. We didn't even go to space yet, but artificial intelligence was already there. And one of the earliest pioneers was a mathematician and scientist Alan Turing, actually a British scientist. And he proposed a concept that there is a possibility that machine can use the ways that our brain is working in order to help and do some human intelligence tasks. In 70s and 80s there was a decline in development, because even though there was this idea of artificial intelligence and utilizing the way that the human brain works, there wasn't a software good enough or powerful enough to actually allow to do that. So there was some setbacks, and the AI technology didn't live up to expectations, and for the next 15-20 years there was a decline in development of AI, and that is called by a funny name AI winter. Yes, we had that. And in 90s and 2000s, when the computer were powerful enough, it began to grow again. Started to resurrect, and we could see some examples of that time AIs, which is spam filters or speech recognition, handwriting recognition, and self-driven cars. But the widespread of the actual visual AI was 1.5 years ago, with the development of the AI network called DALL-E, which actually got a 1 billion grant from Microsoft. And that Lensa app that I was talking about before, it integrated the AI based on Stable Diffusion software. And if you are on Facebook or any other social networks, you would see the spike in this posts where people would upload a couple of pictures of themselves, and this app, Lensa, would create the digitalized avatars of how you would look in a different era. But the real revolution of visual artificial intelligence was the creation of Midjourney. Have anyone heard about that? So Midjourney is a tool which allows you to create the photorealistic images, landscapes, whatever you want, whatever you type, it can be created. And Midjourney is not even an app. It's a bot which is based on inside the other software, which is called Discord, popular among software engineers, because the app would be too expensive to develop. And can you imagine, Midjourney was only created like a year ago, February 2022. And in 1 year, only in 1 year, we already can see the widespread of the beautiful images, and you would think that who has the creativity actually to create this kind of work, yes, this kind of art. And the founder was David Holtz, and he created this sort of bot only with 12 people in his team, and the general public release, it was that which made it widespread and grew up to over 1 million users nowadays. And that's what we can do with it using just a simple text description. I think it's the one and only AI software, I don't know if it can be called software, which can create this quality of digital art, artificial digital art, obviously not without the help of a human, but yes. So the ways that we could use that Midjourney for photographers is generating new ideas. You just type in whatever you want to see and sort of gives you the mood board, which you can use. Expanding your creative repertoire, so some of the images that you want to create can be expensive. To build in the scene, which, you know, style of creating it, inviting animals, booking animals, I don't know how to say, involving animals, for example, or landscapes can be quite pricey, but in Midjourney you can do it just with typing the request. And obviously it helps with the other tasks like retouching and manipulation. It can add or remove something from the image. Basically, I as a photographer, I use it now all the time. Before it was free for a certain amount of time, but because now it's so many users that they only do the paid subscription, which starts from $8, and I think the most expensive is 60. So these two images, one of which is my photograph, this one on the left, and the right one is the AI art created on the base of my picture. So the way of, for example, for a photographer to use it is to upload the reference picture, and it would give you, based on your reference picture, something different that you can use in the work. Same here, and a little bit ashamed to say that the right one looks better. So that's my work, that's AI. Recently, Midjourney had a fantastic addition, which is face swap. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's the bot which is attached to Midjourney, and you can upload the picture of yourself or your client, and it will use generate the picture you want to use, and the bot will put the face that you uploaded from the picture to the one that you generated. So that's my daughter. This is her real picture, and this is the pictures that generated, and her face inserted into these two images. Yes, there is still work to do, and for example, I played with my face, and it would create this beautiful women, and I had to Photoshop myself. It was the first time in life I was making actually someone fatter rather than thinner, because I didn't look like myself body-wise. So, still work to do. This is my client, and I created the image in the style of the 50s, and inserted her face in there. Looks kind of, she told me she doesn't look like herself in the middle picture, but she liked herself on the far right. Same one. So this is the original. I took the original, I took the face and recreated it in a view of the Midjourney. That's the same. So we take two pictures, one reference, one is created based on the reference, and then we insert the face of the person. Some useful tips for using Midjourney. You should be very specific when using the keywords and prompts, because they, if you arrange it just a little bit, it creates a completely different picture. There is actually a list of the prompts that you can find online. There are not many, and it's not a programming language that you have to learn. You can easily remember everything. There are some settings that allow you to change the aspect ratio and the lighting, so that might be useful too. And the most important is to experiment, because that gives you, as we say, to unleash your creativity from your mind into the visual representation. And that's the three pictures that I let my kid to see it in Midjourney and create a picture of herself. Look what she did. That could have been a dolphin actually, but I don't know why she chose the shark. Another AI that I want to talk about, AI software, is the recent addition to Adobe Photoshop, which helps you basically with selecting the part of the image. It helps you with the help of AI to restore the image, to add some additional features, repair the damaged pictures. It can expand the image pictures, and it all is doing that based on content awareness. So in this picture I added some seagulls and clouds, and let's see. So this is the picture from the beginning of my presentation. The left one is my actual flat. The other one, which you've seen, is the clean flat, which I like more. In this picture, well, it's obvious. It's in the sunflower field in Hitchin, but there are no sunflowers. So with that content-aware Photoshop feature, you can add sunflowers, which makes it look better. Same here. Because we're short of time, I'm just gonna scroll. Here you can see, obviously, the left ones are always the first ones, and the right ones are the ones created with the help of the Photoshop feature. In this picture, I actually expanded the image because it finished when here, basically, it cut off the foot. And it was very easy and simple in a matter of minutes to expand the picture, and I added some more bases. And you wouldn't say that it's artificially created, but yes, it is. There are some implications, obviously, and the implications are positive and negatives. I would stress about the negative more. I think that's the decline of traditional photography. So I don't see it for myself because I'm in a different field, but fashion photography might go down with the possibility of creating it for magazines and commercials, with possibility of creating it on the computer. I think the most important is the spread of misinformation and deepfakes, where you can, as I've showed you, to put anyone's face on a picture and put it in a place and time where he hasn't or she actually been. And people who are not aware of that, maybe, will believe that. And we should be careful with that, but oh well, what I'm talking about, it's already happening. Just recently, actually 10 minutes ago, I've seen a post on Facebook how Hollywood stars are digging potatoes in the garden. So that the whole series of Cameron Diaz and the dirty clothes. Yeah, and AI photography could lead to a decrease of creativity, and that's also true, because why would you think with your own brain when a machine can do it for you? So I think that's all. Actually, I wanted to say a bit more, but we are out of time. This picture is also AI generated. So don't believe the photographers' portfolios anymore. You never know. Thank you.
Thank you. A few quick questions. Oh, okay, right. Nadia first.
Okay, so I've been experimenting with AI. I started with Midjourney, and then I moved to a different platform because I wanted something easier on my phone. And it helped me to create a whole storyline for something that might become a film or a graphic novel, I don't know. But then I put it on pause because there has been so much conflict about copyrights and how to respect artists' creativity through AI. So I just wanted to know what you think about it, because I am kind of divided.
Well, the field
conflict.
is, that was a question for myself as well. The field is so new, as I've mentioned. It's only 1 year where we see the spike of AI in all the fields of our lives, and the copyright is one of the big questions, and the legislation for that is not ready yet. It's the technology is far more advanced than the rules which are governing it. But if you use some software, you could see the terms and conditions, and most of the terms and conditions, not actually most, but all of them that I've read, and I carefully read, is saying that if you don't pay, it belongs to them. But if you're a paying subscriber, you can use it for commercial purposes.
And if you're using Midjourney now, you have to pay.
Yes, that's true.
Well, yes, I mean, there are other
yeah.
ones that are still okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Haris?
Okay, so I haven't used Midjourney, but I just wanted to ask, you said we can create any surreal pictures or different different effects to the photographs. Can we do the same with paintings as well? Is that a way for
Yes,
painting?
Midjourney is a powerful tool. So basically, when describing what you want to create, at the end, when you specify the settings, you can specify in the style of Michelangelo, and it will create that picture in the style of Michelangelo. Or you can upload actually the picture of Michelangelo picture and take it as a reference, and it will recreate something. And then changing a little bit, it's the whole new science.
Okay.
It's another presentation, tweaking what you've got from the reference picture a little bit, adding on, removing the keywords. You can create something new based on Michelangelo's work. So yes, the sky's your limit.
Anybody that is interested in using AI to generate art, Tatiana is doing a workshop after lunch.
Yes, that's what I wanted to mention. There is a good opportunity to actually explore what can be done.
Eleni?
Thank you. In my department, we use artificial intelligence in projects aimed to create empathy. For instance, I can wear special glasses, or you, in order to realize how an autistic person, for instance, understands the world around him or her. And there the image is the key factor too.
Mm.
And it's an amazing experience. And it gave me ideas to combine with those projects.
Well, artificial intelligence is really rapidly developing, and I think it's going to be a part of all our lives, regardless of what you do. So I think this is the time to jump on it and actually learn, because it's going to be everywhere.
But in relation with the art itself, don't you think it's against the artistic creativity? Because, for instance, through Midjourney, I can surrender myself to the so-called mediated identities. And this is a very huge problem underneath.
Well, that's what I said. One of the negative sides is the decreasing of creativity.
Is it an artistic form, or is it something in parallel and in opposition with
I would say that now that artificial intelligence is not that developed, it still needs a human because it learns from us. So it's not automated, it's not all by itself. We are the part of this creative
Thank you.
process, yeah.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Yes. Oh, sorry. So yes, anybody that wants to do Tanya's workshop, it's now.
Cool. I just need to log into Zoom.
Okay, sure.
Is that the machines work also on the internet, like web, with this teaching?
Who? Lisa?
The young lady just.
Lisa.
Okay, do you have a course in the internet about that? This thing that you're doing now, because I didn't want to miss that.
I do, actually at the end of my presentation was a QR code for my website. I do, but it's not on now.
Yeah, when you have it on.
Yeah, you can subscribe and you'll get more.
Okay, so I want to get some information on that.
Yeah, I will send it to you.
Oh, okay, good.
Okay.
I hope he's waiting online, because he's not responding to me.
Yeah, I did see he
Lisa, do you also
joined on.
work if somebody gives you
He probably won't be able to see the audience because we're
Yeah?
using
fine.
that.
if I ask you to do something?
Oh, is that him? Ah.
There we are. I think. Hello.
AI related.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
It's
Can you
muted
hear
at the
us?
moment. Hopefully you can hear us. Should be able.
Hello, Ayo. Can you hear us? Not the best connection over here. It might be his connection.
Yeah, could be.
Hi, Ayo, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Okay, the floor is yours. We are all here waiting. You cannot see us, but we can see you bright and sharp. The floor is yours. I think we might struggle.
You.
Do you need to share your presentation?
Oh, yeah.
Do I need to share my screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I need to make you a...
Just allow multiple shares.
how do you do that?
Just go to cancel. Yeah, that one. Multiple. Yeah, there we go. Okay, you can share now, Ayo.
Okay, I'm thinking.
So our next speaker was unable to join us from Nigeria because the wonderful Home Office decided to give him an interview date in August.
Oh.
So he's decided to present on Zoom to us. So he's the only Zoom presenter. So this floor is yours, Ayo.
All right. Okay. Yeah. No, as a split. Yeah. Just a moment. Okay, no. Huh?
You can
Yeah.
press F5.
Are you able to see?
Yes, but you can turn it into presentation
Okay.
mode. Oh, you're using Office Impress. Open Office. I don't know how to use that one.
Okay.
Yay.
Yes. I will be talking about the functional significance of photography. Yeah. I'm talking about the functional significance of photography in central Nigeria. And it's a study that was done between, okay. Yeah, I can go on.
Yes, we're waiting.
Okay. Okay. So, talking about the functional significance of photography in central Nigeria, primarily photography plays quite a lot of roles. Between 1950 and 1980, photography played important roles and performed unique functions in central Nigeria. Some of these functions directly or indirectly affect the emotions of the society, and in some cases were advantageous to the photographers. To the photographers, photography is a means of economic emancipation, a job, and a creative engagement. But to the clients, the society at large, photography plays significant function, and I will be looking at these functions which borders on economic values, historical values, aesthetics, and societal developments of the region. When I'm speaking about the central Nigeria, you can see the map here. It's an area that borders on geographical central Nigeria. In the regional distribution of Nigeria, you have what you call North Central. But this is beyond North Central. It captures some areas in the southwest and middle belt. So that is the area that the study covered. The scope of the study is limited to economic, historical, aesthetic, and social development. There are other functional roles that photography played during this period, but I will be concentrating on these 4 areas. And here you have the 4 areas that I'm concentrating on: the economic relevance of photography in central Nigeria, historical significance of photography in central Nigeria, aesthetic functions of photography in central Nigeria, and the social functions of photography in central Nigeria. I must say that this is a study I did, part of my thesis, 2016 and 2017. Okay, I will start with economic relevance of photography in central Nigeria and just do a brief explanation that the early, about 1950s and co, photography was just being introduced to central Nigeria. And then it was seen and perceived by those who had the camera, that is the equipment, as a means of business. As at that time, it was deemed to be just a craft. But between 1970 and 80, with the development in camera equipment, we had a kind of spread in the usage. More people began to use the instruments. Between 1970 and 80, also, we had further growth, because as at that time, the color photography was introduced to this area. I need to explain also that photography started far back, came into Nigeria through the coastal regions, that is talking about the Lagos area. So it gradually traveled into the interior. The central Nigeria is considered as part of the interior. And when it began between 1970 and 80, we have companies coming to some of this interior area, like the cement company, and then you have people who are working in corporate offices. So photography began to serve that purpose of documenting the history of the companies. But beyond that, photography also served as second area, the historical significance of photography in Nigeria. It serves historical purposes. The introduction of photography aided credible historical documentation. Soon after the portable and the movable camera were manufactured, photography became a veritable tool for documenting people, cultures, landscape, nature, among other things, worldwide. The colonial explorers used photography primarily as a means of documenting their exploration of the area. And in this particular illustration, you will notice the colonialists in one of the areas I consider as central Nigeria, that is in Ogbomoso, having a group photograph with the villagers. So for me, historically, it tells history. And also beyond the history is the fact that it captures some of the landscape and the architecture of the era. Again, we have another one, which is at Ogbomoso also. And this particular picture captures a particular gate. In those era, the villages and cities are walled. And then you have the entrance to the cities or villages. And so through the means of photography, we can have these images. I'm sure if you go to Ogbomoso now, it's far more a modern city. The motive and the philosophy behind the images of the colonialists and that of the native were different, the interest of the colonialists was to document, make report back home. But when Africans began to handle the camera, their interest was to document the people. And so you have more of portraiture. You know, you see them trying to capture events, capture individuals, and to tell history. But whether it is based on documenting the reports and the history, or it's based on capturing the individuals, we discover that both of them, looking backwards, have credible historical value to central Nigeria. In the African photographers of the era also captures events, they capture family. And if we are able to recover some of these photographs, we can tell histories, we can also trace the lineage of individuals, even though the people are no longer on this path. The second photograph, for example, you notice a man with his 2 wives, which means it was common then to have people who have more than 1 wife. And then you also notice on the picture, written RIP, rest in peace. It was also common then. You have these photographs, and then when the people are no longer alive, people write on them. The third aspect is talking about the aesthetic functions of photography in central Nigeria. There was a growing interest for the aesthetic display of photography on the walls, particularly of wealthy individuals. And also, the aesthetic function of photography may be viewed from 2 perspectives. To the customer, photography gave decorative and entertainment values. But to the photographers, however, in some cases, their composition and other opportunity to decorate go beyond the photography image and add some aesthetic value to it. In that case, we have situations where images are retouched, and then we have kind of mounting and rephotographing and frames, and I'm going to show examples of that. So for aesthetic value, you discover that as the photography progresses in central Nigeria, you find certain photographers trying to add creativity to their images by composing frames. Nowadays, you have the digital things that can handle all that. Then you have to develop the photo and then add designs to it as you want them. So it's very limited compared to the present period. Now, when color photography came late 70s and the 80s and became popular, the attention of the photographers turned to the fact that they need to capture images in colors and make statements that are relevant and important in that aspect. So I have one that is very interesting here of a drummer, precisely, by a photographer called Lemi Ijoma in the Benue aspect of Nigeria. Incidentally, I did a study of selected photographers. Images were collected from some of these selected photographers. Yeah, photography indeed played aesthetic function. It was a means for the photographers of the era to also capture aesthetic and masquerades and other things that gave, color value to their images. The last one is the social function of photography in central Nigeria. Social groups, age grades, and associations saw the value in documenting their groups, and then they also asked photographers to document certain events of their life. For example, as at that period when people were graduating from primary school, elementary school, you discover that they have their uniform, a new dress made, they come together and they take photograph for memorial and also to entertain themselves. Photography evokes emotion in the people and inspired to a great extent many to take photographs in central Nigeria between 1950 and 1980. Some of these images taken by the photographers can be looked at, and then it can evoke emotion depending on what event that is being documented. If it is burial, for example, you see people reacting to it. And then if it is somebody who is dead, and then you have the images, it tells stories that can evoke emotion. Outside that, we also have the cameramen documenting individuals in uniform. It was a period where gradually between 1970, the 60s, 70, and 80, the number of elites began to grow as they were having what we call in Nigeria white-collar job. And then you discover that these people want to document their new status. And then in this image, I have a family portrait, somebody showing off in the colonialist outfit, having a group photograph with his family. For some of these local individuals, photography was a means of showing off their new gain status. Other functions include there were other functions that photography performed beyond these four that I explained. Photography played a lot of role in advertisement, in art, in fashion, drama, advocacy, and so many other things, especially around 1970 in that particular region. So I limited myself to those four. Concluding, I'd like to say that photography plays a significant role in the development of socio-economic and political history of central Nigeria between 1950 and 1980. These roles are clearly visible in the areas of economic development, historical documentation of the area, aesthetic development, as well as played vital social function. Photography engendered social engagement and was seen to boost social influence among the then emerging elites. The functional significance of photography in central Nigeria includes its impact on documentation of history, its influence on mood and emotion, its value in connecting families, as well as its significance in the construction of heritages and tradition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ayo, for another fantastic performance. Ayo has been associated with the Arts Conference since 2014, so he's a regular. And we really miss you here this time, Ayo, and to see your exhibition of your photographs or your paintings. So you have to plan earlier and come next year.
Yes. I will make every effort to come. I'm missing the environment.
Yes.
Very much.
And now we're in the historic dockyard, a 450-year-old historic place. So, you know, you have to join us next year.
Yes.
Do we have any questions for Ayo? Yes, Eleni.
Excuse me.
You'll have to speak up because...
Can you transfer it or... sorry.
Yes, okay, yeah.
Excuse me for talking once again, but the topics are so interesting. Okay, I would like to ask if in your research you took into consideration the fact that in some cases, especially colonialists, used photography not just to register history, but also to manipulate it in a way. Of course, it was a dual game, but most of the colonialists did that. Did you take that into consideration? Thank you.
Did you hear that, or shall I repeat it?
Please repeat it.
Okay. So in your research, when you were looking into colonialists taking photographs as a means of
Yes.
documenting what they saw, do you think they also use photography as a way of manipulating the narrative of history?
Sure. They use photography as a way of manipulating the narrative, certainly. In the other conference, I think 2 years ago, when I presented something about the influence of colonials, I showed some images of the wives of the king of Oshogbo. Oshogbo is a very popular heritage place. And I made observation that those photographs were taken to project certain perspective of the African person. Because I noticed that they took photograph of the queens of Oshogbo Kingdom, and they were taken, I mean, with their breasts exposed, just having something on their waist to cover them. And then I said in other relations, you discover that Oshogbo was known for making clothes. So it is not likely that they go around naked as at that period. And so it was, for me, a makeup story to make them look like naive, kind of. I also showed a picture of a woman who was carrying a twin, 2 children with her arms, and was carrying a load on her head. And I said, no, it is not natural. You cannot see an African woman with loads on her head and using her 2 arms at the same time to carry. So there's no doubt that they use the images in some instances to tell a different narrative from what's happening.
Thank you. Any other questions? Fantastic. Are you following us on live stream, Ayo?
Yes. Today I've been trying to follow.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And we hope to see you in person next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure, and I hope to be around next year.
So we're going to log off Zoom now, and then you can just join us on live stream.
The live stream, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a short break for 10 minutes, and then we'll come back for Pamela. Is that you next? Oh, okay. So actually in 2019, our theme was changing the narrative. And we had also, I think, a presenter from Nigeria who came and he said, you know, when you look at all these charitable videos, they always show all these poor African children with the flies in their eyes and stuff. And he said, it does not match reality when you go there. They always show you the worst possible scenes. And he said, we would like to see a more positive representation of the aid that we would like in Africa. Do you have more stick? Lisa, are you staying for the rest of the conference or are you running?
I think I'm going to check out the
No,
workshop.
we're going to Tanya's.
Okay, great.
Thank you, in case I don't see you.
Ah, okay, but we're
Yeah,
giving
we'll-
out
yeah.
certificates at the end of the day.
Certificates?
Yeah, which
Yes.
Oh, really?
I think I'll be talking to myself, but
Well, you'll have to project a little
no, I meant
because
there
it's...
might not be anybody here.
No. Well, I think so. But yes, it's hard to hear towards the back. So you might have to
Just spread my voice.
do the Shakespearean thing. Now, what is it? It's HP. Addiction?
Yeah. That's me.
Relying on AI. That's what I think.
I've only got a quick look at
You've
them.
done it beautifully.
Yeah, so it's just to remind me, really. and that I couldn't get the bottom one in, so I've just put blue on it somehow.
Oh, okay. It's a bit hard to do that now.
It's already blue, but it's supposed to be when it clicks on. Oh, there. Yeah.
This one?
So I've just done it like that. Is that okay?
Yes,
I couldn't get the logo or anything. So
Oh, well, let's see if we can do that now from the Warnbro website.
I couldn't get online, you see.
Well, we will now.
Thing. Thank you.
But it'll be the new logo, it won't be the old one.
A logo, that's all I need.
Okay.
Irritate you more. This is how many times I can tell you. But that was.
My ears are burning.
Are they burning? Well, we're just going outside so we can talk about you more. No, but that was good. I really liked the presentation. It was really good.
Thank you very
And I think it's
much.
a form of
Oh,
relaxation.
that was a nice one.
So on, yeah.
Huh?
50 centimetre that.
Oh, well, there we
I'll have to
go.
get you. I'll have to get in on.
Oh no, activate. Their thing is not activated. We can do it on your machine. Leave
at
it,
that.
okay.
Leave it, it's fine. It doesn't need a major.
Well, you'd think they'd activate this on
Yeah.
You're next.
the. Yep.
You're next. Did you make me a copy beforehand?
I'd love one, yes, but I haven't
There we
had
go.
time to go across really.
We'll get it for you.
Okay.
What do you want? One shot, was it with?
Just one shot and
No
With
milk?
with water.
No milk or sugar. Just with water, cold water, please. Or just half a cup and I can put cold water in. Oh no, God, I've drank it.
I'm going to use the loo, so you won't need me now, do you? Are you going to be here?
Which one is it?
Just the arrow keys, exactly the same as that.
Just that?
Yep. There you go.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, wonderful.
Thank you. So
Your presentations are getting better and better. I'm so proud of you.
for me, thank you.
I'm here, waiting.
I think I'll just get my cardigan. I don't want them
I
to
got
put
cold,
the,
I had to put this
yeah,
on.
I'm not, I don't want them to turn it off while I speak. So I'll just get my cardigan.
Yeah.
Right. Lot to take in, isn't there?
Yeah.
So much happening. Now, I'll move along a bit so we're bigger the room. We're all sitting on one side, might be
Yes,
top
actually,
heavy.
yeah, I should move along as well.
It's a bit cold in here, isn't it?
Yeah, I've had to put my top on.
How do we turn this off?
It's the AC, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll tell Julian.
Yes,
He needs to email this.
Well, just
It's
return
on.
I
it
mean,
on.
it's
That's 40 times or so now. Otherwise I'll get hot.
That's right.
I really needed it when we came in.
Oh,
It's
yes.
really humid outside.
Yeah, it's so
It's
hot.
gotten chilly.
Yeah. Stephen's talking about an area near to my home later on this afternoon, near to Portsmouth and area. Yeah.
Yeah, I do an art project on the edge of the New Forest National Park.
Which is
Yeah,
near to
Ely.
where I live, so. Yeah.
And on a tidal river. But most of my work is, for the last 25 years, has focused around the Medway that's sort of made with the artist that I am. But I've worked a lot with now different rivers in different countries, and but I'm going to try and just limit myself to heart and eggs. Eggs will feature strongly.
Fridge, yeah. Harrison's right there. It's going to turn it down. It's the Healthy University, they'll do it for nice.
Oh, right. Yes. So you live in this area, do you?
I lived until 5 years ago here, and
Yes.
then moved to Yorkshire.
Ah.
So I've still got my studio here in the dockyard,
Yes.
and I have another one now in West Yorkshire. And so I split my time between the two places. But we just moved north because my dad was ill,
Right.
and my mum's ancient, and we just need to get there a bit more.
Yeah, it's not easy, is it?
Yeah. And with kind of virtual working, and especially that growing in importance during lockdown,
Yeah.
that it seemed possible really, not necessarily to be physically down in the southeast of us.
So you've got to go back to some forts.
Yeah, I travel a lot in LNER.
Yeah. Do you drive or do you?
No, I've never driven, so I'm always on public transport.
That's
So-
expensive, isn't it?
Yeah, and if it would work, it would be
Yes.
fine. You know, but there's so much working to do in this strike.
Okay, I'll turn it down. It is getting very cold.
Not off, just down. I'll still need it on probably. I'm a lady of a certain age that can get warm.
Well, now, because of my age, I can get a national bus. You can't use it on express trains, but you can use it on local bus services anywhere in London or anywhere in the country.
Not on the train.
No, you get I can get a network card, and it's a third off, but the prices are huge.
Is it better?
It will be in a moment, yes, I'm sure.
And train travel was
Is that yours?
pennies.
Yes.
And
Want
they
to move
pay
it closer
by
to
the
you?
mile.
In
Oh,
case
yes.
you need to sit it.
Thank you.
Or maybe I'll put it here, just in case.
Just in case.
Oh, it's fine now. I can have a seat.
Okay, so let's quickly get moving. I will go hustle them in.
So it's like we're in some kind of end game. What's going to change? Something's going to change.
Do you want me to wait a minute? Or not really?
Let's look about there. And water companies, billions of pounds in debt, polluting the shore.
Okay, no problem. Okay. I don't watch the time here. Well, sorry? It's too cold still? Okay, come sit in front. Come on, sit in front.
Did you turn it off?
I didn't turn it off. I turned it down. I made it hotter.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. Hold on.
So,
Bring a heater.
well, if it's still too cold, I will turn it off.
I love you.
Maybe you turn it off for a little bit.
Okay, I'll turn it off for a bit.
It's not gonna help us. Just turn it off, you can always turn it on.
Okay. All right, so we now have 2 sessions coming up, and the first session is by Dr. Pamela Hatton, who, as you know, some of us know, will tell us wonderful stories from her own life experience and significant knowledge working with so many people. And I think this topic, the theme of heart, is perfect for her. And over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me know if you can't. Let me know if you can hear me at the back. Thank you. Well, today this is a story within a story, and it's the end of a trilogy today. It's the 3rd part of a story that has gone on every other year, and this will be the final part for this particular section. And it's about addiction with a difference. And we look at addiction and we think, is this our heart's desire? Are we addicted to something that's going to please us and that we're going to love forever? And so we look at the picture there and we see all beautiful things. There's the birds and the flowers and there's tranquility and there's the peace. And that's the heart's desire. Or is it something that the brain or body needs? And that's not always so straightforward. We look at this and we think, impaired quality of life if we don't stay on the right track? Are we hypersensitive? Are we addicted to sex or shopping or binge eating or gambling or any of these other things? What is it? And this is the question really. What is it? So we all know what an addiction is. We can be addicted to shopping, to coffee, that we can't stop drinking coffee. We can be addicted to sex, that we are becoming almost arrestable. Cigarettes, gambling, all of these different things. But we can also be addicted to drugs. And today I'm looking at drugs, but specifically in different areas. So we've gone through what kinds of gambling, addictions, gambling, etc., etc. But what happens to us? And this is the thing. Is it good for us to have an addiction? Or is it not good for us? Well, sometimes we can look at it and think, yes, it is. It's a good addiction. I love to be addicted to this. Watching all the box sets of some super program for the entire weekend, or is that an obsession? We don't know. Is it really mind or body? Some professionals say it's the mind that needs this. The drug people I've spoken with, say their body needs it. They don't think of it as a mind project. It's a body function. They need it. And who has one? Well, this is a story of 2 elbows. And
I'm stuck, Julia. Ah, here we are. So it's really what is happening to us. Just let me go back onto one here. What happens to us? We get a legal high, we have prescription drugs, we can be stimulated, we steal. We do all of these things when we start to have an addiction because we cannot reduce this addiction. So I think my one was a little bit out of sorts there, I apologise. So we look at the cycle of addiction, and we have it here, we have the binge, the intoxication, etc. And we go around, and we've got the prefrontal cortex, etc. But I'm going to just focus on the amygdala at the moment. And the amygdala part in the brain is probably as big as my little fingernail. And it's a very small piece, but it's a wonderful piece of equipment that we have in the brain, that it remembers emotion. And it remembers emotion as it happened. So it's created history for us already as remembering something good or bad, or fearful or joyful, or so emotional that we're breaking down, that the initial slide, our heart's desire, we can be so emotionally overcome that we are incapable of doing, seeing or behaving in any particular way or form because we are so affected by all this. And this little amygdala sometimes stops us being able to do things because it gives us this, if I don't have this, I'm going to be, I won't cope, I won't be able to do anything. But if I have this, that brings back great pleasure and enjoyment. And that could be over a drug that the amygdala is telling us about what has happened before. What happened to us before? And this little tiny fingernail size piece is saying, be careful. This is a fearful moment for us. Or it can be saying, I remember this is wonderful, go for it. So we do these things, but this going for it can be the rush of pleasure from the addiction. It can also, on the other hand, be saying to us, don't do it, be careful. So we take a step back again. And it's a little bit of a juggle and a struggle up there because we're in two minds, and this is the problem. With an addiction, we have the knowledge of right and we have the knowledge of wrong. But in the middle, we don't know where we stand because this fight for the addiction, we need this. It sort of takes over and we are then in our own prison because we cannot get out of this. The logic has gone, the sense of reality has gone, and that makes it extremely difficult for us. But this is the story of Winnie's elbows, and for the ones who've not followed the story or not been here before, over the past, this will be the probably 6th year, but we missed a year because of COVID. There have been, including today's, 3 parts to this little tale. And Winnie was a patient of mine, and I met her, she was referred to me by her solicitors, because she'd been knocked off her bicycle at the age of 66 on an Easter Sunday morning when she was going for a newspaper. And it was early in the morning, 6 o'clock, when the newsagents opened, in England this is. And BMW, big loud machine, noisy engine, knocked her off her bike and laid on the floor. Small person, just like me, and but she'd been riding a bicycle for 60 years, and an incredibly strong woman I felt, because she not only got up eventually, having seen the driver, he did get out and look at her, she looked at him, he got back in the car, slammed the door, and that's all she could hear, noises, and I'll come back to that later. But she lay on the ground, and eventually, early, no one around really, she managed to get up, drag herself home, which wasn't too far away, fortunately, but it was around a corner and up a hill. So she dragged herself and the bicycle up the hill to home, and got herself in the house, including the aforementioned bicycle, which was badly damaged. It could not be wheeled, it had to be dragged. And she got it into the house, and this is just pure adrenaline she's working on now. And she tucked herself away for a little while, just to lick her wounds, as it were. Discovered that she could not move her left arm at all, and went to the hospital, got a taxi to the hospital, and it transpired she'd broken her elbow, her left elbow, quite badly. She'd also broken bones in her hand. She'd bruised her hips and her shoulders, and many cuts and bruises, as one can imagine. And it was an Easter Sunday morning, and so she was not in heavy clothing, so she was not protected really. Lots of grazing and scrapes of skin, etc. So in a pretty bad way, we can imagine. Plus the shock. She lived on her own, had no help at all. Stayed in the hospital for many, many hours. They sent her home, and she had to go back 2 days later to have surgery. So she was incapacitated, basically, and she was left-handed. And so when I think of her, I think of strength. I think of this inner core strength that this lady had. And this lady is a historian. She is so dedicated to fact and true imagery and chasing true life. She followed every single thing. I was thinking of you earlier because of the tracing of the Gunwharf and all the things. But so grit and determination basically got her through the next few days, but because it was a traffic accident, a road traffic accident, the police had to investigate, and it was her solicitor who called me to take on this case, which I did, and she was delightful. All my patients are delightful, and but she came in a wounded soul, a really, really wounded soul, yet she was independent, she was real, true grit, you know, forget all these Tom Cruises and people like that. Think Winnie, because she was the real true grit. And she sat there bolt upright in her chair, told me factually what had gone on, barely a tremor of emotion. And so I'm taking all this in, and I'm still thinking, there's something underlying here. However, I'd only just met her, so I was careful. And but over the next few months, a few more bits came out. Now I'm missing a couple of slides only because I couldn't get online, so I apologise. So I'm going to fill in with just my self here. And so, but what transpired over the next few months, the following few months, is that Winnie was a drug addict, but she was addicted to prescription drugs. And again, anyone who knows me knows that I am focused totally on bullying, workplace bullying, etc., etc., and I won't stand for it. However, Winnie had been bullied, and she, 25 years earlier, she had been bullied more or less out of her position as deputy head of a school in Sheffield, and she was deputy head in an all-girls grammar school, and the government or the council at the time decreed it would then become a mixed comprehensive school. And Winnie had never worked in a mixed school. She'd always worked in a girls' school. She'd never married. She lives on her own, and etc. And we can conjure up the picture of this perfect person, really. She was just incredible. and great sense of humour, full of fun and full of the ability to impart information in such a fun-filled way. She was years ahead of everybody who's trying to do it now. And I would think I would have loved to have been one of her students. I just know that. So, but, you know, we look at this and we think, Winnie is a drug addict. But when I got the story, I began to understand. And the thing is, Winnie was prescribed drugs 25 years ago, benzodiazepine, and it was diazepam, so Valium, another name for it, but by a psychiatrist she saw because of the mental trauma through the bullying in the school. She remained as deputy head without a voice, and a male head came in to take over the school, and he'd never worked with women, only wanted males, didn't appreciate the female deputy head and her knowledge, her great expansive knowledge in these situations in the school. He was young, dynamic, and hey-ho. And the two were totally incompatible as head and deputy head, but she was eventually pushed out. And there was a court case over it, and she did get compensation. However, that doesn't change things for people. It doesn't make it better, and it doesn't take away that pain, that humility, the broken heart. She'd given her life to helping children, and she helped them in such a way. She was an amazing person, and she just gave. This is the kind of person she was. She just gave. And so, and at a similar time, her mother died. So she lost her job, she lost her department, she lost her title, she lost her mother. They were not the greatest of friends, there was never motherly love there, but she was a mother, and Winnie lost her. And she also lost her best friend, called Sheila, and so it's not a good place at that time for Winnie, but she struggled, and eventually, as I say, she went to the doctors who referred her to the psychiatrist, and she was prescribed the drugs to take each day. So 25 years later, she was still taking these drugs. Now, the general time for diazepam, benzodiazepines, etc., you would take it to 3 to 4 weeks. That's it. And from that point, you would be very gently weaned off it. You would not just stop taking it like that. So when you think 25 years of taking a benzodiazepine, to me, it just does not compute. It does not compute at all. So when I think of drug addiction, and I've met many, many drug addicts, literally, almost having their fix before they come into the office, which for me was totally banned. They had to not have anything for at least a week. But when I think of Winnie, and I think there are so many more people out there, and nowadays they prescribe benzodiazepines for 2 weeks, and then you're weaned off it. But the issue with Winnie, basically, was that having had this accident, being knocked off her bicycle, she started to appear above the radar, because for 25 years she'd really been running under the radar as far as GPs and house moves go, and so on and so on. And all of a sudden the GPs were taking notice. Oh, okay, we're still prescribing, oh yeah, okay, we'll have to change that for Winnie. Tell this patient that they're changing her medication or taking her off this. This is fear. This is straightforward fear. And this is another type of harassment, because they never stopped. They just didn't stop. Every week she would get something in the post from the GPs. every week she would get a call from the receptionist. Oh, you need to make an appointment. You have to come in now. We need to talk about reduction of the diazepam. And so when I first discovered in my office that what she took and the difficulties she was having at the time because of this drug, then I understood this was the missing link for me, because you know that, you know, after time, you know when someone comes in to see you that, and they're telling you things and you take it in and so on, and you have to believe people, you have to believe them. But you can also think, so what's missing? What's the missing piece of the jigsaw, basically? And it's this kind of thing that we miss if we're not careful. So our antennae have got to be 100% going all of the time in order to sort of register that there's something wrong, not just what they're telling me. So I'm going to run out of time soon, so I'm going to just move it on a tiny. So prescription drugs, long time use, fearful of being taken off it because they were wanting to wean her off this in 3 weeks. And, you know, that's the time limit they gave her. And one day she said she couldn't come to see me. And I said, would you like me to call in? No, I'll be fine. And then another time, so I left it, she came the following week and just carried on as normal. But then one day I was driving from Hampshire, actually, back up to Cheshire. And I was at least 3 hours from home. And I got a call on my phone. I got the old hands-free set at the time, not the nice technology we have today. But, and it was Winnie, and normally if she needed to ring me and she was in a panic, she always rang me 3 times, and I wouldn't pick up until it rang 4 times. But if it rang off after 3, I knew it was Winnie. Well, I knew it was Winnie anyway, but I didn't answer because she would then be okay. She just needed to ring somebody, but she didn't necessarily need to speak to anyone. So I would let it ring, and then it carried on. So I pulled over, answered it, and it was Winnie, and she said, Pamela, I need you. Where are you? And I said, I'm 3 hours from home. So she was so desperate. She was going to kill herself. And again, I said, stay there, don't do anything, I'll send the vicar round. She went to church. She sang beautiful soprano. Always wanted us to sing together, but sadly I am unable to sing now because of my throat. But so we never achieved that, but I did hear her sing and it was beautiful. But so I phoned the vicar, and the vicar's wife answered. He's in a dinner party and unable to come to the phone. And I said, if you don't call him now and get him round to Winnie's home, I'm calling the police on both of you. So anyway, long story short, the vicar went round. 3 hours later, I got to her house. It was getting on for midnight by that point, but we sorted everything out, and she came to see me the following day. And then she fought very hard to survive all of this. Okay. And but she couldn't cope with the stress of the GPs, basically. I phoned the GPs, I've written to them, and the GP I did speak to, who I wanted her to really intervene in this awfulness of a quick wean off a 25-year addiction. She went off sick with stress. 2 others wouldn't speak to me. I was a little bit more forceful, I'm afraid. And but eventually we found her someone who said that they would do it, but they wouldn't do it in the 3 years that I wanted. They would do it in perhaps 18 months. But that was a start. At least we got a start. I was moving to Hampshire, but I give everyone 18 months, 15 to 18 months notice if I am moving. So, and she knew this when I took her on because I knew I was going to move. But anyway, I'd already moved. So I'm looking 18 months, 2 years later now. And she'd moved to another therapist, which we found while I was still with her, and things were doing very well. But so I'm very conscious of the time here. I'm sorry about this. But anyway, the last part, I was in Australia visiting family with my husband. And I got a call. And it was from one of the people in the church, the church choir, and to let me know that Winnie had died. So I asked how she had died, and the policeman came on the phone actually, and he said she'd walked into the canal and she drowned. And I wasn't surprised that she died. I was surprised because she always said, I would never do anything while you're away, Pamela. And she knew I was away, and it was Christmas time, and I'd sent her a card, and I always put my number on it, and that's how the police found my number, basically. And even though she had my number, I always put my number on, but my phone number. But and he said that she'd walked into the canal. She'd driven her car to the canal, left it there, and walked into the canal. This is December. Freezing cold in England, and she could swim. She was a swimmer, but she chose that method. And I went to the funeral. We flew back just a week later, actually, a regular flight, but flew back in time for the funeral. And I went to the funeral and had to get up and say a few words in defence of this lady because of this ineffectual vicar. Let them know exactly who she was and what she did and how brave she was. And I think it was Brian yesterday was saying on the first talk yesterday, presentation, that people talk about a local artist and things like that. And people talked about Winnie as a local historian, but she wasn't. She was a known historian. She was out there. And the work she'd done, and her work is wonderful. But I have changed her first name, but she is out there. But she was so emotional, and she'd kept it under lock and key for 25 years until she met me. And also, I think, not just me, but because of the GP situation and everything like that, her heart was bursting. It was broken, but it was bursting. She wouldn't have known how to cope. So I look at this situation, and I've said to Julian before, if I'd have stayed and not moved, could I have done more? But Winnie would have died anyway, because she didn't want to live under the pressure of having to change what she did. So when we look at the heart's desire, or is it a brain-body need, we don't know, because I'm not her. I don't know her feelings. I understand them, but I don't know them from me. I don't know these things. I can only listen, absorb it, and try and get it, not just hear it, but get what they're trying to say. But this lady, I learned so much from her. I learned about tenacity and the grit and the core strength, and to live for 25 years, having lost your job, having lost who you are, your identity, and having lost your voice as a person, and, just to know her. Thank you.
As always, any questions for Pamela?
I think it's a non-question thing. I think it's a processing moment, really. But,
yes, I think you'll just stay with us for a bit. I can see lots of pensive faces. Okay, well, thank you very much, Pamela. She'll be around, so you can still talk to her later. Very good. Okay, so We now have Sumita. Is it this one? Yes. Just the arrow keys, yeah. So Sumita is also going to present about a special project called Today Matters. So today is like the emotional heartbeat of the conference, because we have a lot of heart-wrenching types of stories. So over to you.
Hello everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to present my project, which is very close to my heart. I'm a bit emotional now after listening to Pamela, and that's okay. Well, as you can read here, I had a project which I started in the year 2021 in the month of June. This project came out of my own suffering of COVID, because I had a long COVID, and it happened during the time when India was going through a very bad phase, when health services collapsed and everything. And I was one of the a COVID patient, and I was not coming out negative for months. So I had a very bad time, and this is the time when I reflected on my work, and I said, how could I do my work being at home? Because that was something which I was doing earlier, because I have an NGO in India and I work with elderly people, and I work here also in UK, and I volunteer from time to time, and my focus is people with dementia. But in India, I was working at care homes, government-run care homes, where the facilities are very less and they don't have much of creative work. So while I was suffering, I'm telling you this because after this, I won't be able to tell you more about my personal things. I will be talking about others. So I started this, I framed it in such a way so that I didn't have to have anyone's physical presence. So I could get in touch with people online or on phone or by email. And obviously, so the participants who were going to take part in my project had to have all these facilities. That was one criteria. They had to be over 65, and there was nothing else, like if there was no need for any kind of art background or anything. Only thing that they had to give me a week's time. So that was something which I asked all the participants, the people I knew, and I called them up, phoned them, explained about a project that I wanted to do, and it was to do with COVID. So the first thing what I did was I interviewed on the first day. I asked them different questions, what they feel about COVID and how can they express COVID in a creative way. And so obviously they imagined COVID in their own circumstances, what they were facing. And they said, we want to paint this or draw this or things like that. And I said, okay, this is what you're going to do. Next 7 days, you're going to do something. And on the 7th day, I'm going to call you and ask you what you have created with whatever resource you have at home, because that was the period when we were having lockdowns. So many of them didn't have any art background or any art material as such. They had pencil or paper or whatever they had. And I just told them that I will be available online or on the phone. You can just call me or get in touch, and I will explain how to go about it, about the work. So this is how it started, Today Matters, but it first started in India, and then I carried on in UK also, because everything was done virtually. So on the 7th day, they sent me a picture of their work, and then I discussed with them. They told me the title and what they could represent in their work. So this was the process that I adopted for all the participants.
So, and I take the word that we discussed in the morning, Dr. Woods said about midwifery. So this is something which I did with them. I had to work along, in the sense that not work, but guide them along to create something which obviously none of them had any, well, some of them had, around 22% of them had some art experience or did something artistic, rest never did anything. So this is the project that I did, and now this is complete, and I have started with the second phase of this project. Now the outcome of this project was obviously creative works which were 2D or 3D. So these works were actually contemplative works, mainly to pause and reflect on the time, and this is how I picked up the title, Today Matters. So what really mattered to them? So let me start with, okay, so we are all aware of how important art is, and the health benefits of art and everything, and Dr. Khan, I think, explained very well about the effects, the health benefits of art. Art has therapeutic potential and helps in cultivating cognitive abilities, which is beneficial for elderly people. This is where I'm focusing on. And I strongly believe that art can be used as a tool for meaningful engagement to cope with the stress and anxiety brought on by the pandemic. I'm really sorry that I'm opening the doors of COVID again, because we are kind of, want to keep it away, but I'm again trying to open up, because this is an activity which has already happened in the past. Okay, so some numbers now I'm going to share it with, and so I had in total 67 participants, but 58 participants completed the task, and you can see the percentage here, and 59% were female and 41% were male participants, and 33% were living alone, so they were socially isolated, and during the lockdown they really suffered a lot, and the others remaining participants were living with their spouse or with family members. So 78% of these 58 participants knew someone who had COVID in their family or friends. So they have had their first-hand experience of someone very close to them, and 6% of them lost their family members. So because this is important, because when I talk about their works later on, you will see why I asked them these questions. So within a span of 1 week, they tried to create the artworks, which was reflection of the state of the society, as creative outcome at a specific time and space. And this project brought together people of 2 countries presenting their cultural beliefs and contemporary ideologies. And the artworks were a visual statement of their understanding of pandemic and societal impact on dealing with day-to-day life. So the first question I asked them what they think about COVID, and to tell me in one word. So 82%, obviously you can see the terrible, horrible, terrifying. These are the words that were very commonly expressed. 82% were negative, and 6% were, well, I won't say positive, but not negative. So you can see rediscovery, fine, indebted. These were personal feelings about, the person saying fine because it didn't affect, the food was coming to their house, they were not going out anywhere, so they were fine. Indebted because they were getting help from outside. And remaining was a mixed feeling of, it was a transforming period, and it was challenging and unexpected. So the next question that I asked them was, what were the changes in their life, what happened, and 88% expressed. The first thing they said was they were socially isolated, and out of that 72% said they couldn't socialize, which I think all generations face the same. It was not that over 65 age bracket. It is, I think everyone faced the same thing. 7% were not able to carry on with their professional work, and 5% not able to travel at all. So what they said about the changes that happened was more to do with the emotional impact that they had during that time, and it was mental distress, depression, anxiety, and fear. They were kind of always talking about these things. And the reasons were uncertainty, unpredictability, and negative news from media. Because media played a very huge role, especially in India. We have had, all these news clippings coming and about so many people dying and all. It was affecting everyone, especially the elderly, because they still believe in the power of the press, the news. They still believe in that, not the younger one. They will go for the social media otherwise. So 61% had to adopt digital tools or use of internet. So I was able to get to these people because they were using mobiles and I could connect to them. And 22%, this is interesting, but 22% said they found no difference at all in their life, except that they were, they had lockdown and they couldn't go out. That's it. So the next question that I asked them was what they would like to paint, draw, or sculpt, and this was a question which was mainly to do with imagination and creative expression. So the thematic analysis of the interviews, I came out with all these themes. Nature and environment, there was an enhanced awareness of nature, because that was what they felt closer to when they were going out in the garden. They couldn't go out as such, but that was the nearest place they were able to relax. Freedom, loss and despair, confinement, hope and dream, fight against COVID. So these are the themes that I could pick up. And so I'm just trying to read out few of their comments and so that you can make out why. And these comments were given to me at the interview before they did their creative work. So this was their imagination, so what they wanted to do. So I wish to capture Mother Nature in all its manifestation. It's my belief our environment is so beautiful. The shape of leaves, the night sky, color of flowers, etc. And it's telling us to get closer to it again. So this is someone in India. I have not given the name of any of the participants. Freedom, it was a result of being in quarantine and lockdown. So a lot will change the moment we are free from this contagious disease. It feels we are chained to it and we must break free from it. My drawing must depict this, as I strongly believe we can win the fight. So these kind of comments were coming out of them. And so loss and despair. So loss is not loss of loss of someone. It was loss of a time, loss of a relationship. So there were so many kind of loss that we realized. So I'm not going through all, because then I won't have time to tell you about the creative work. So you can just, so this is confinement, obviously staying inside the house and confined in a confined space, isolated, alone, and in confinement. This is personally experienced, may help to sketch this idea, and the person did do it, actually made a drawing of a jail. And so this was very interesting. Hope and dream, obviously to get out of the condition, and this reflects the positive side of it. People were still hoping at that time that we will get over with this and fight against COVID, because many of the participants mentioned about following the government guidelines or announced, and the health services what they have announced, and so smile and be happy, don't let the virus get in your head, COVID will be gone soon. A strong message of keep smiling, similar to the message of medical healthcare workers are following COVID guidelines. So so the artistic expressions which were created by the participants, as you can see, I have tried to pick up the mediums that they had used, and now knitting, as I as you discussed, there were two people who told me that this is something which I wanted to tell you about, because that is how they relax, that is how they feel that they are back to their normal life, so they wanted to do knitting. So rest, you can see that whatever was available to them, they did. And so drawing, painting, collage, sculptural forms, digital work, knitting and photography, and the range of feelings that were expressed were from fear and depression to freedom and pleasure. So this is the range that we're using all the mediums. So the visual metaphors of thoughts which were connected and contrasted with individual experiences reflected the real emotional turmoil. So I'm coming to the works of the participants. Now, some of the works I have exhibited outside. You're most welcome to go and see the works, and I have put the statements of each of the individuals. So this is someone who, as you can see, that there was this enhanced awareness of nature, and it was the most popular subject. So most of the well, I will say around 68% they wanted to include nature in some way in their works. So this person has got a photograph at the back, and these are the dried leaves that she picked up from her garden, and she made it a collage kind of thing. So I was continuously working with her. She never did anything creative as such to put up, and frame it and put up on the wall. So this is an achievement for her. So this is something which I felt that many of the participants expressed, that they could achieve something that they had already said or imagined in the first place. So I'm kind of telling you that what they imagined, they delivered. And for that, getting to that stage of producing, whatever imagination has asked them to, well, not asked, like imagination has come up, they were able to, express in some way. I was able to guide them through. That was also very important, because to tell them just to paint something or draw something, that was not my intention. I wanted them to first imagine and then express it in such a way which they felt comfortable with. So, and also with the resources they had. So there was a restriction of resources that time, because some of them told me that if I had watercolor, I would have done this, that kind of thing. So, but they didn't have it then. So this is one of the works, and in my imagination, hope springs eternal, so fresh green leaves point the way to a new awakening where butterflies emerge. So you can see at the back. So the contrast is so visible. Now, the photographs which were taken by the participants, 96% of the photographs taken were from nature, from their garden or the seasonal flowers blooming. So you can this is from India, okay? So this person has, he has taken more actually. I just picked up few because it was easier for many to send me photographs rather than the actual, you know, the manual physical work of drawing and creating something. So bird again was a symbolic thing of freedom, and this person has a little bit of experience of doing artistic works. So obviously you can see, and he's mentioned about the use of collage for the birds is to acknowledge the collage course I did on Zoom while in lockdown. So all these things were coming out, and as I told you, this is a project which is telling you about a specific time and space. So maybe in 10 years' time, one can go back and get into the psyche of these people, what they were thinking and the way they have expressed it. Despair and misery all around. When I see the havoc or chaos all around, this lady actually, she did this first, and she sent me 3 more works later on, because she just discovered herself as an artist, and she loved the way the brush allowed her the freedom to, you know, pick up colors and use the strokes in such a way to create what was going on inside her. So okay, so this is something which I will relate to a work, the next one, because this is done by a participant who is from India, and you have to be well, you have to see it closely. These are dead bodies, and because in India, in our religion, Hindus, we burn the body and it goes to heaven. So you can see the symbolic Om, which is very religious kind of thing. But the main idea is that, you know, if you look at the picture, lots of dead bodies are lying there at the bottom, and there are people being cremated and fires going on. After fire, people are rising and going up to the Almighty. They complete the journey and go to the Paramatma. Paramatma is the Supreme God. Idea was life after death. People are dying, it's darkness, and once you're free from this world, life ahead is very beautiful and bright. So this actually is coming out of a person who picked up art at a very late, after retirement actually. He's self-taught. And so, but he took so much time, you know, imagining the whole thing and giving the title, and I thought that I will specially mention about what is being shown here. So you can see how the journey is shown, and this is where it's finishing. So it's the darkness going towards the brightness, yeah. And so now I come to this one because I was working with participants who were from India and from UK, and there has been, well, there were many similarities, I must say that, but there were some differences. Obviously, cultural background you can easily make out. So now I would like to explain a bit, although the statement is there from this lady. So her daughter died, and unfortunately she couldn't go and see her, because that is the time when, but she didn't die of COVID, she died of some other problem, very young daughter, and she couldn't go to see her when she died. She couldn't be in the hospital because that was the the bad phase of the lockdown, where you had to maintain distance and things like that. And this is, as you can see, she was restricted. So she's kind of showing these things symbolically. And this is the restriction, and then slowly things got easier. And the earlier work that I showed was the symbolic representation of Om. Here you can see the symbolic representation of the cross. And so slowly things changed, and you can read it here. Great relief was to go abroad and have a nice holiday in another country. These are like birds of peace, free to fly. So it's all those symbolic things that she has used. And she asked me, because she was not very confident of drawing and things like that, she said, I want to show my personal story. And I said, obviously this is what I want you to, show in your work. And she is the one, she goes to the choir, she's a choir singer, she cycles, and the WhatsApp Zoom meeting, all these things that was in her life she picked up. And there was one mask which was torn, actually. Yeah, I think the top one. It's a piece of mask, because then people started, not wearing masks. So she went to that phase, from this dark phase to 2020 to 2022. It was such an interest, and within a week's time she did that, and she carried the work to me, and there was a barbed wire on top of it, and she said, I don't know what you're going to do with it, but I displayed this work in an exhibition. So this is a very interesting thing. Now this is another work that I want to talk about. Is 5 of the participants had dementia, mild dementia, and this is one of the works that is talking about the person, because the sudden change that happened, it complicated their life, it confused them more, and this is what she did. And because I work with people with dementia, and she wanted to talk about all the things that's happening in her life, and the colors are her favorite colors. So she picked up those things which she could remember, and she kept on, is it Monday, never give up hope, thank you for taking me for a walk. So all these things were happening with her husband, who was supporting her. So these are the things that I found out. The similarities were much more, although the social or the political or economic, background was different, the cultural background was different, health service providers were different. We were struggling, everyone was struggling at that period. And so what I'll just read out: sentiments of distress and empathic response towards the suffering of others, sense of purpose and accomplishment by doing this 1 week's project, greater satisfaction in their creative engagement. There was slight cultural variation, which I told you about, the symbolic representation or understanding of life and death, or the loss, the sense of loss, because there are so many things that I can talk about, but I'm sorry I can't. This is a project which has been going on for a longer duration. Religious symbolism and cultural beliefs, representational works. There were only 5 participants who did abstract work. Rest were all representational work. And the feelings and emotional ideas varied in the sense that some were expressing in a negative way, some were very positive, hoping that it will be a free zone again. So what I would like to say is that this project actually demonstrated psychological well-being as an outcome, because afterwards, after the 7th day when I interviewed them and what they have done and if there was anything that I could help them with, and they said, well, we would like to continue. And I have success stories to say that they are still continuing because I'm in touch with them. Unfortunately, this one participant who died, rest are obviously I'm in touch with. And this study actually shows clear benefit of association of elderly people with art and a significant outlet. I had 2 exhibitions, one in Canterbury and one in Herne Bay last year, exhibiting, well, honoring my 58 participants, I will say, because they gave up, a very valuable time of their life to me. And the works are available on social media, on Facebook and Instagram pages. And the next phase I'm working with now is only using mobile camera or digital camera if they have. So it started, and most probably I will have some more works. Maybe next year I may present to you. I'm just hoping for that. Yeah, so this is Today Matters. Thank you.
I always like the presentations. They're very, very powerful. Any questions for Sumita? Yes.
Yes, with exceptions with the 2 countries in the UK. Do you have any other ethnographic references in relation to the subgroups of the group of the participants? I mean, regarding their keyword about COVID, regarding their
yes, I do have, because there are things which the Indian participants were, I will say that they were more submissive, in the sense that because we are doing this comparative study, so that's why I'm trying to point it out to you.
Of the 2 countries,
Yeah.
other ethnographic references, for instance, our choices in their lives, class division, gender.
Okay. All right. So I tried to find out how many female participants were expressing, like the male and the female participants, and the artist and non-artist participants. Those I have done the comparative studies, and what they tried to express, and what they represented. And I also tried to find out what they imagined and finally what they presented. Was there any gap? And there were, I think, 4 or 5% of people who changed their theme, what they had imagined and what they finally presented. But rest tried to stick to what they had given me, the initial ideas that they had given me. So they stick to that.
Yes.
You were going to say something about comparing the both groups from cultural, different parts of the West and the East.
Yes.
I'd like to hear that.
Well, obviously, the cultural belief is that I found that in this study, the UK participants were more practical, in the sense that they told me that we will be fine because we have been vaccinated and we have the health service and we are being looked after. But the Indian participants, they mentioned about we will be much happier if we are with our family, because these things, there were some cultural differences which was very prominently coming out in this study. So they mentioned about being with the family. Obviously they couldn't communicate or go and meet, and so the health services was not important. It was there, but a vaccination was also not important.
Although all the participants were vaccinated, I asked them, have they been vaccinated? And all of them were vaccinated. But it was not important for them. The importance was that they go back to their own, the kind of setup that they had, the family, the family support, rather than being on their own in confinement. But the UK participants, many of them did mention about, missing family and all, but they were already living alone. So that there was a difference in that.
Did you ever follow up on the students that you, or the artists that
The
you
participants.
Yeah, the participants.
Yeah.
Did you follow up and find out whether the art that they did transformed their view on their situation, or how it affected them, or if it made any
Yes,
difference?
I did ask them, because on the 7th day when they had already created their work, I asked them what they wanted, what they have created, and you can see the statements obviously coming out of it. But then I asked them, how did it affect them in any way? How did they find the whole exercise? This was a common question to everyone. How did they find the exercise? Some of them were, well, very open about it, and they said, we've never done this in our life, and I don't think we will do it again. I'm telling you very frankly, this is some of the responses, because not many people are doing this kind of work. They will do something else, not showing COVID, in their drawing. But many of them, obviously, they wanted to, they asked me how else we could have, represented this, whatever idea they had. So although I was going through, their way of picking up their ideas and creating something, but they were coming up with new ideas of, like the dead bodies. That was obviously the ultimate thing which the artist could, the participant could present. But there were many who wanted to show the death, the dark side of death, so the dark side of death. It was very difficult for me to make them understand it, because they were conflicting things coming from different cultures. So I was not comfortable explaining to them about death. And this was obviously something that everyone was facing at that time. So there were things which I could talk about or indicate in terms of drawing or, creating something. But there were other things which I just told them that you can take the help of text rather than, like you are picking up the word death and then you can create something. So this is how I tried to show them a way. But they have carried on. So as I told you, I have success stories that they have been doing some kind of artistic work. This is something which is, I think I should.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, after a very interesting morning, no, you can speak to her later, because we have to break now for lunch, and we'll be back at 1:45. Okay. So yeah, some more interesting sessions this afternoon. Thank you. Somebody's got to be
take a look. Okay, that's hello everyone. Thank you for your patience and for this bearing with me with the few minutes of panic that I just had. This is me, and this is the first comic book I've ever published. Thank you. And today I'm going to talk about this project that is very close to my heart for many reasons. So I am new to Kent ArtCon, and it's also my first time of presenting something. I just thought it would be nice to introduce myself so you know what I do. So usually when a curator asks me, can you please send me a picture of what your work looks like, I get really, I don't know what to send, because I'm a multimedia artist, more like a storyteller, and I work with a variety of medias. As you can see from this picture, I go from filmmaking, music, performance, and very lately, especially during lockdown, I started working on comics. During lockdown, I became ill with severe COVID, and that had an impact on my practice as well. So as a storyteller, the switch to comic was kind of natural, because there is a connection between filmmaking, performance, and comic strip for me. So I started drawing a character as a tool to overcome the anxiety that I was facing whilst I was recovering from COVID. And also after, when I had long COVID like you, that was also very helpful to be able to communicate myself. And I used the character that you see there, is my little Murphy here. Okay, let me move it. So yeah, it's this one. So yeah, I use Murphy, which is a character that I've been drawing since I was 14. And it was my little alter ego as a teenager to cope with struggles. At the same time, I started collaborating with artists during lockdown. Like, as you can see, this was one of my first collaborations with Mark Humphrey, an artist from Canada. He runs A Little Guy with Big Messes to raise mental health awareness, especially within an age group that is, I should say, at least here in UK, is underserved, is the teenagers. There is not much for them, help-wise and also creative-wise, to do in regard of their mental health. And they were severely affected during lockdown because of the isolation and the situation with schools. And I can say it from also a mother point of view, because I could see also how my daughters were struggling. And that was my response to the whole situation, and it worked for me. So I thought I could actually use this as a tool to help young people as well, like my daughters, or like of the age where I was when I started drawing my little Murphy. So I started like a conversation with local authorities, and I started going back to a story that I drew back when I was at uni. It's actually quite funny, because I did fine art here, and in this very lecture room, I think it was 2013, I presented these very pages to my tutor as program of a module. So I'm having lots of PTSD right now. So I don't know if the nerves are because it's the first time I'm presenting, or because I'm going back to where I was presenting my module. But anyway, the idea was of my little anti-hero Murphy to be stuck in a world of where she was on her own, where she lost her memory, and she was looking for to have her memory back, what she had lost, and then she fell asleep in a cave. And that's where I was stuck with my module, with my story. I couldn't move on. So I thought, now back to lockdown, we got lots of time, I could ask young people to help me out to carry on with the story. Because how can you write a story with just one character? It's not possible. And so that's where I started having the idea of actually involving people in Medway. And in the school I was working as well. I used to work in a school for the National Autistic Society. And most of the children with autism, they were struggling even more during lockdown. So I started collaborating also with other artists, musicians, and I thought that creating a musical graphic novel will also be a way to use a language that could reach more people, because not all young people relate to this kind of comics, but there are many other young people that might relate to music. So I tried to make the project as broader as possible. So here is a little piece that I wrote. This is Murphy. That's how I felt during lockdown, stuck in a muddy puddle. But the message that I got was, it's just as long you will come out of this. And what you read there is the fancy version of the same message that I got in the picture. So artistic expression holds immense power in navigating challenging times. It provides a creative outlet for individuals to express their emotion, to find solace, and to ignite hope. So through the creation of Murphy's Adventures Book 1, which is this, I'm saying we not because I speak of a plural of myself, I'm not a royalty, but it's because this was a collaborative project. So we aim to harness this power to support young people in North Kent and mitigate the impact of pandemic and their mental well-being. Did that work? What happened? Well, I received support, as you can see. These were my first partners. Art Council of England, Medway Council came on board, helped me out to run this project. It was a year-long project where I worked with local schools. This is a school in Chatham, through Zooms, because we were still in lockdown, with small groups and keeping distance. And you can see the first reactions. So the young people were told, can you represent your fears? What are you scared about right now? Can you draw them? Can you make a song? What's the thing that you really want to say to people? What's the thing that you are missing? And is there any way you can represent your strengths as well? What are you coping with? So they came up with so many ideas and characters that I wanted to do one book, but I'm ending with a trilogy. So this is the first book of the series. So moving on. Hello? Something happened? No. Okay. So yes, I'm presenting this comic book that has got songs as well. And I think we are making history here, because I haven't heard of any comic book with songs before. Inside the books there are QR codes that are, as you can see here, forgot to put the picture. Every QR code is linked to a song that was written during lockdown. And actually now, thanks to the help of University of Kent, I am working on a new recording, a more professional one, because before they were recorded through phones during lockdown. So I'm trying to make it more professional and be able to upload it on the internet as soon as possible. But anyway, I strongly believe that this book, this trilogy, embodies the transformative power and potential of artistic expression, collaboration, and friendship in the lives of young readers. So this book is about hope, is about friendship, is about finding strength through hope and friendship. So I wanted to show you a bit of the process of the making of the book. What you can see, the images, these are what the children sent me through email or social media, and they were ideas that then became part of the book actually. So they came up with the idea of a ginger elf, Son of the Wind, and he is one of the main characters of the story. And also, we all those who work with us, Christopher, the Monster of Fears, become very, very popular now, and he occupies at least 2 pages of the story and interacts with the main character. Also, the whole story goes around a journey that Murphy takes following a map that you can see on page 10 there, and the map was actually something that one of the children came up with, an interactive map, he said. So, now what I'm showing this next slide, it's what you will see in the next book. the book 2. So this is a page I've been working on for quite a long time with my friend Dil, who joined me with this journey now. Dil Tasker, she's an amazing performer, but also an amazing illustrator, and we're working on the new pages right now. As you can see, there is a maze, and the idea of the maze was given to me by one of the children, and also this new character that you see there, Inumori. It's a character that was created by Alicia, a girl who lives here actually in Chatham, and she came up with the lyrics of the song that you can see over there. And the song was actually, I have written the notes here because I don't want to say it wrong, hold on. She wrote a song about how she felt having to be on camera all the times for online lessons, pretending that everything was okay. And she created a wolf-like character that will be one of the main characters in book 2. And that's when I call on the platform, my friend. We don't have a platform, you can pretend we do have one. Dil Tasker. Can we have an applause for Dil, please? Okay. So the reason why I'm calling Dil here, because Dil has kindly accepted to play the role of this character when we perform the musical side of our story. We've been performing the music to the Gaming Festival in the Medway, also at the River Meet Festival as well, presenting the book. And I also think she makes a wonderful wolf. Okay, so last slide, and then we are going to perform some of the 3 songs. So Murphy's Adventures is the new comic series with a soundtrack, and we talk about Murphy's Bittersweet World, which is a journey of self-discovery through friendship, resilience, and hope. Now we're going to perform 3 of the songs from the soundtrack, and the first one is the actual intro. Someone told me that every story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Well, I know the story that starts at the end and ends probably with a beginning. And if you think that's weird, wait to hear for the rest. Once upon a time, there was a young girl called Murphy. This story starts at the end. I'd say at the end of her world. That could be our world as well. Well, I'm still telling the story here, so I guess our world hasn't ended yet. So, our story starts on a lazy afternoon. Murphy goes to take her usual afternoon nap. And when she wakes up, everything she knew and everyone she knew was gone. She then starts a journey, looking for what she had lost. She went far and wide, crossing skies and seas. Time passed. And Murphy says for such a long time that she even forgot what she was looking for. She forgot her name. It felt as if she was stuck in something like a dream. So, this is how it starts. With a young girl stuck in a lonely world. And this story was recorded by a group of young people and put together in a book. And that was done during a time in our world that almost felt like an end. A time in our world when young people almost felt like Murphy, stuck in something like a dream. I'm stuck in a dream, seeing things that don't seem real to me. make me feel confused. Feels like I'm living in another reality, crossing skies and seas. Doesn't seem real to me, this loop of infinity. I'm stuck in a dream. I'm stuck in a dream. My world's a shadow of what it used to be. Doesn't seem real to me, this loop of infinity feels like insanity. Feels like I'm living in another reality, crossing skies and seas. Doesn't seem real to me, this loop of infinity. I'm stuck in a dream. Thank you. This was Stuck in a Dream, was a song written by a 13-year-old Reynold, and it was about the feeling of being in isolation during lockdown. And it was beautifully accompanied by music created by Dil Tasker. Okay, the next song is the one I showed you earlier. This is it. It's the song that Alicia made. She was 13 back then when she made the songs, and it was about having to be always exposed in a camera with Zoom or Google Classroom lessons. And she created also the wolf character that you see, which will be performed by Dil Tasker for us. This is it.
This is it. It's finally over, my symphony. The land I created, this land is a crater in the mountain, and this land is my home. This is it. Hidden away from people, entangled in blue and mad fans. I'm joking on my own fault. I'm trying to hide. This is smile for the camera, and after that I'll start to cry, because I ain't having to lie all the time, all the time. This is it. It's finally over, my symphony. The land I created, this land is a crater in the mountain, and this land in my home. This is it. Hidden away from people, entangled in blue and red, but I'm choking on my own fault. I'm trying to hide. This is smile for the camera, and after that I start to cry.
come to the last song. I need to drink a sip of water. As I mentioned earlier, I suffered from long COVID for a long time, and the reason why I started singing was for therapy. So they told me to sing in order to stretch my lungs and my diaphragm and breathe differently. So from therapy, it became part of my art practice. And this last song that we're going to sing is the only one that I wrote within the whole soundtrack. It's about a message of hope and about not being scared of the changes that we face, and to be willing to take a step forward if we have someone next to us that can give us support. And because I'm Italian, the song is half in Italian, half in English, so if you want to know what it means, the Italian bit, I can tell you later after the presentation. Okay, the song is New Roads. To buy a copy, I'll be very happy to sign it for you, and it's also available for purchase online. Thank you so much for having us.
Well. You see, this is why I love organizing this conference, because you never know what you're going to get. And we've just had fantastic singing and songs from Nadia Perrotta and some amazing axe playing by Dil Tasker. So yes, well done, fantastic, thank you so much. So, we're on to our next we're on to our next speaker now, and that will be Dr. Peter Gregory from Canterbury Christ Church University. And he's going to tell us what is wrong with the state of arts education today. Actually, we had that debate yesterday, so we're now very interested to hear what you have to say from the professional education perspective. So, wait, I guess we need to set this up for you.
Thank you.
Okay, what's it called? There we go. Oh, that's yours. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if I'm going to cover everything that's wrong, but I do want to focus in on a particular thing, and this is my therapy session, so forgive me. I'm going to tell you and just ask you to bear with me. I'm going to think about searching for great artists, but also try to within that theme, start to question whether in actual fact we're in danger of missing them. Because the great artists aren't necessarily the great artists that children are being told about. So, I've done various things for different organisations. I should have said that. I've met David and Julian at different things within the Royal Society of Arts as well. But I have the delight of being a past president of what is in the UK, the UK's Subject Association for Art and Design. So NSEAD is something which I'm very passionate about, and I'm very happy to talk about that. But going here, I wanted to say something about an aspect of learning which is quite easy to miss. I'll try and put the English context, curriculum context into place for us so that you understand why this is a particular issue for us and why there don't seem to be very many people that have woken up to what it is that's actually happened to our curriculum. I certainly spent a bit of time thinking about great artists, and I don't know who's already sprung to your mind, but hang on to that person or people or collection or whoever, whoever it is that you found in there. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about something called child art, which those of you who know something about the history of art might now be starting to think this is actually the nub of the issue for us within our curriculum, within our teaching. And lastly, I'll focus with some challenges. I'll end with some challenges and ask for help really in making sure that all of us play our part in challenging systems wherever we're from, whether we're from the UK, whether we're outside of the UK, but that the whole notion of trying to find ways of meeting challenges. So hopefully that kind of makes some sense so far. Learning. Learning's really important. You don't need me to stand here and say that, but I want to illustrate it with something from the early 20th century. That means I can show a picture of something that I think is incredibly sad without upsetting any living teacher. The teacher is not present in this photograph, but their influence and the way in which they have trained children to think is. And that is what I want to get into about the power, the influence that we as adults have on training children and young people. See, it's a classroom of boys. That nothing unusual in 1905. The genders were segregated into different parts of the school building. So here we've got a group of young boys being taught to draw something. What are they drawing?
Feather? Cyber feather or leaf?
Yeah, well, you could be mistaken for thinking it's a feather. I can see that because the shape they've got here and the shape they've got up there. But actually they're trying to draw this, which is a leaf. The teacher has very helpfully put the leaf up there, but because it's so small, has then shown them how to draw the leaf. And in so doing has changed it entirely, and it does look, I think, more feather-like now. But this is the really bizarre thing in the photograph. They're all exactly the same point of drawing. It's not what they've been taught to do, it's the fact they've been taught to do things in a particular way. So everyone's drawing with their right hand, again, not unusual in the early 20th century, but they have all been taught where to begin, how to go round and how to draw. 20th century, what's that got to do with now? Well, hang on to the thought for a moment. The curriculum that's in place for art, the curriculum's title is Art and Design. I've extracted 3 bullet points, one from each of the key stages. So they relate to ages of pupils between 5 and 7, we call it Key Stage 1, between 8 and 11, called Key Stage 2, and then between 12 and 14 we call Key Stage 3. And they all reference artists in particular ways. So first of all, it talks about a range of artists. Young children should be taught about a range of artists. Do I have a problem with that? No, I don't. Or do I? By Key Stage 2, they should be taught about great artists. Now, the even sadder story is that the original intention of the government was to have it refer to the greatest artists, not just the great artists. And if you didn't know who they were, there was a list that was going to be published at the back of the curriculum. I saw that list, I was horrified like most art educators, and I can tell you more about who was on it, or rather who wasn't on it, later if you would like. But by Key Stage 3, we've started to move away from the artists themselves and into the history of art, which is a much broader subject. So something is being taught here. There is a kind of foundation being laid in the understanding, the thought process, and that learning now becomes very important, because I have a question when I go into many, many schools, doesn't matter if they're primary or secondary, I see lots and lots of copies of the works of great artists. But the question, where does it say work in the style of, which is what I'm told so many, many times, and the answer is it's not there. It's not in the curriculum. So somewhere in the teachers' minds, there is something that is tripped from their own experience, which is to do with reproducing that they've known from before. With me so far? Okay. So what worries me, and I don't know the school I've pinched these photos from, so I'm not trying to point a finger to any particular school, but copies like this of Monet's water lily paintings, is there value in children copying the artworks of other artists? I think there is. I'm not saying they shouldn't do it at all, but if that's all they're doing, I think they're being given a weak, a really thin curriculum experience. But it's also affecting the way they're thinking about the curriculum and what art means. So I have a real problem, and I'm going to try and explore the problem in a bit more depth by showing you some slides that I produced for my students at Christ Church a couple of years ago. I was horrified at, if I started an activity and said, could you write down all the great artists you can think of, there were a select little group that appeared on most people's list. So they were already falling into the trap of just regurgitating what someone else had told them. I'm not going to ask you to do that today, but you might recognise one or two people's names that come up in a moment. So I looked around on my bookshelf and I found, quite coincidentally, a book called The Great Artists. That was waiting to be analysed. So I took it down and I analysed it, and there are 100 artists who are listed in this particular book. And I'm going to apologise to the author publicly in a moment on the next slide, but you might recognise some of the artists that are appearing on here, and they may have been on your list of great artists you were thinking of, or they may be totally unknown to you. But my subtext is, are they the great artists, or are they significant artists, or are they influential artists, or are they simply just famous artists? Because this is now starting to unpick the story that those teachers have been told in their training. So the book is by Susie Hodge, and she didn't intend it to be analysed in the way that I'm about to analyse it, but I wasn't surprised by what I found when I analysed the book, but I was surprised at how strongly the message came through. So I'll explain who the artists were that she included in there on the next slide, but to be fair to her, she didn't intend the book to be used in the way that I was using it. She wanted to be able to say, this is my list, but her list is as good as anybody else's list, and it is not dissimilar to many other publications. So it's almost like playing artist bingo. We've got 100 artists. You may have found one or two of the names that you were thinking of before on that list now. So all I'm going to do is try and apply different criteria and colour code the artists and try and work out what kind of messages are being conveyed by this list of great artists. Let's go for that first. So apparently, according to this book, there are 4 great female artists, which is shocking, but not unsurprising. And I want to say this: there are things that I expected to see, but I didn't expect it to see this up close and intense from the word go. Then I started to think about the repercussions of that. And if you know anything about the Guerrilla Girls, then there is that whole notion of so what is happening in art? What does happen? How do we continue to challenge what goes on in the art world? But I then looked at the time periods. Now, it so happened it's in chronological order, right? So we go back to 1300s, which is itself quite an interesting assumption. Does that mean there were no great artists before 1300? It's a truly disturbing thought when we start thinking about what is it that has trained our thinking. Then we can go through all the way down to the 1970s. I didn't say, but you might have noticed on the slide, the book was published in 2010. So there were no great artists from the 1970s to 2010, apparently. But there are lots of other messages in there about the time periods and the places that these artists have come from. So you can see all of the, the colour has changed in the formatting, but all of the greens are dead artists and all of the purples are living artists. That's also a staggering thing that's really sort of shocked me and has shocked students when I'm showing them the slides and just talking through, so what are the implications of this? And we start talking about how many artists they know who are alive today, how many contemporary artists they know, and why they know them. And it's usually because of the media. It's usually because someone has broken the mould and done something which is controversial. So here we've got Grayson Perry, dressed as his alter ego called Claire, and his artwork, which was mainly ceramic, looks beautiful from a distance, but like most postmodern artworks, actually gets quite shocking when you get up close to it. So there are all sorts of images on his pots which would make them unusable with very young children. The one over on the right, I think, is called They Found the Body of Your Child, which kind of takes us into the notion of it's not all about beauty and the aesthetic of beauty. But then started looking at what kind of artwork these artists produce. Now the colours have changed slightly, but essentially all the pinks are 2Ds, all the purples are 3D artists, and the greens are those that have worked in mixed media, or have, past tense, have worked in mixed media. So there is a really subtle message here about the 2D-ness of art, which to my mind isn't borne out by my understanding of the history of art at all. I haven't got a photo to show you of the first carving that I know of in a Neanderthal cave, but it just looks like a crosshatch on the keyboard. But it appears to have no real functional reason for having been carved, and the archaeologists who were trying to reproduce it in the same kind of stone found they had to make 60 or 70 cuts in exactly the same place to get any kind of line like it. So we're already talking about working beyond 2D from the very earliest of times. But it does also raise questions about what we know about 3D artwork today, and they happen to be three of my favourite artists. So in case you don't know, Laura Ford reimagining Beatrix Potter's tales of the various animals that she wrote about, and this is Mrs. Tiddywinkle reimagined as a bag lady. Rebecca Warren, who does a lot of work with clay and then casts it in bronze and then starts working more with clay on top. Or Rachel Whiteread on the right hand side, who's fascinated by space, and so we're looking at the volume of a house when the house has been removed. So it's being filled with concrete and then the shell has been taken. And then, I won't say ethnicity, but I certainly will say country of origin, those 100 great artists. The vast majority of them have a really subtle European message, which to my mind must be crazy, because people have lived across this planet for a very long time. So there must be more great artists to be found outside of Europe than just the few that are here. Got a couple of Japanese artists, might have been on your famous artist list. Some Americans, most of the Americans who are on there are actually descended from Europeans, so I'm not going to distinguish too much between the Americans and Europeans. We got one Russian, crept in there, Kandinsky, and two Mexicans, one of whom was the female artist that you might have seen earlier on. For my mind, this is really important because it undercuts the message of the curriculum. It's not an intended message, but you can end up with quite a racist understanding of art education without trying. It's all about dead white European men. And that is where I start thinking, so what's going on in classrooms? The reasons these are up here, you may know these pieces from Benin and Nigeria. Any idea when they were made?
Several centuries ago.
Yeah, around the time that this particular plot of land was being fought over by the French as they invaded the Normans. So we're talking about over 1,000 years ago. But the quality of the artwork was astounding, the art world, when it was discovered, because there was this undercurrent of how could these primitive black people produce artwork of this quality. And that was the big shock, because clearly we were all producing different kinds of artwork and they all needed to be regarded well. The next slide, I'm afraid that I couldn't turn the transitions off from, but this goes back to this undercurrent of being careful we are not sowing the seed of racist understanding through artworks. A Canadian guy called Graham Chalmers a few years ago wrote an article in which he talked about, he wasn't saying this is what I believe, but this is the message I pick up from people just in having conversations. Europeans have always produced the best artwork. Oil painting, sculpture, particularly marble or bronze, and monumental architecture are the most important forms of artwork. significant hierarchical distinction between art and craft. And that is still something which is very current today. Men have produced the best art, usually individual geniuses. I'm not defending these statements, but you can see where the statements creep into our thinking without us really being aware of what's there. Rightness, I've disregarded any sense of rightness. I can talk about my idea of quality in art, but that's not the point I'm trying to get across today. And then lastly about the socio-cultural meaning of artworks, the reasons why they were produced, where were they produced, what was the material that was available and so on, becomes secondary rather than focusing on the artwork itself. And that was, as I say, from Graham Chalmers. So turning attention then to our curriculum, I lifted a few bullet points at the beginning. Key stage 1 to 3, it says key stage 1 and 2 on this particular version, but it's pretty much the same, key stage 1 to 3. Only has 2 pages. That is the entire curriculum that happens to be taught in English schools. Within NSEAD, we didn't like that curriculum, so we devised what we called a parallel curriculum, which became 10 pages long, to try and explain to anyone who didn't know what that meant, what it actually meant. It's used in many schools, but the reasons for it have been the things that I've been talking about, the driving principles, and one of them, I'll talk about the photograph in a moment, but within the parallel curriculum, we replaced great artists with significant artists, which changed everything, because it means it could be an artist who's living on the street of the school, whoever they can use in the school. That's all a possibility. But there are lots of other ways of interpreting significance as well, and it could be to do with the influence that they've had, or the influence they are having, or the degree of disruption that they're bringing to the art world. But it also includes the contemporary and living. So, child art, very quickly. Sorry, these are back to back. Cizek. Anyone know the name Cizek? Good, 1 or 2 people, but he's kind of lost in the mysteries of time. He was one of the first people to say that children's artwork, the artwork that children and young people produce, has value of its own. So he wasn't interested in getting children and young people to copy artworks produced by anyone. He just wanted them to produce their own. That didn't mean they didn't look at other people's artworks, but it wasn't just about copying it. And he produced a number of quite astounding influences in Austria, where he settled. But this phrase, child art, affected my life. It was very much across the 20th century. By the mid-20th century, his work had influenced some other people as well. So John Dewey, I expect people will know about, and Herbert Reed also. So we're beginning to talk about a genealogical family line, if you like, of thinking, but there is something about children and young people's artwork which makes them of value themselves, and therefore, I'm going to start arguing, ought to be part of that whole group of great artists. But we will miss that if we only think down the tram lines that I've tried to expose earlier on. I won't worry too much about that one today. I'll just finish here. The quote I've taken out of context. You'll have to find her book and read it. I've not changed the meaning of anything that Christinelli Eglinton was saying, but she talks about teachers teaching what they already know. And if what they already know are only about certain kinds of artists, and particularly the famous artists that I've been trying to talk about today, then something like this will happen. I happen to be with this group of children in South East London, in Woolwich. They'd visited this particular artwork. It's called Assembly. They're like Anthony Gormley's cast iron men, but they are hollow, and they're made of 3 pieces which are bolted together, And this young lad down here was doing what I would have loved to have done if I was smaller and slimmer and stand inside. And in doing that, of course, was well aware of the smell of the material, the texture of the iron. And just as I took the photograph, he was told off by this very well-meaning adult who's out of shot here, coming across to tell him, not here to play, we're here to draw. And there's a kind of reference down there, because she was reproducing what was already in her experience, and drawing for her was all about art was all about drawing, not about a collection of aesthetic responses. So I'll leave you with the thought, how much of us, you, I, our assumptions have been affected by somebody else's teaching from the past, whether it was deliberate or just coincidental, and how do we, and this is the big challenge, how do we disrupt that line to make art something else as we teach it to the next generation? Thank you.
I'm sure after that you'll have lots of questions.
I don't have a question, but it's just an observation really. So I was doing some research myself, and the National Gallery is hugely problematic for me because it's got 2,300 artworks in there. 32 are by women and only 8 are on display. And I was in there not long ago, and they're sort of reorganising it for the 200th year anniversary, which is next year. So I said to the two, they were just like two attendants, two guys in there, and I said, where are the women going to be? And they thought I was talking about the women attending the galleries. They said, well, they're in here. And I said, well, where are they then? Then they realised I was talking about the images, and I don't think it's going to change in terms of women and black and brown artists. So
It takes time.
Just,
It really does take time.
But it's just such a shame because it's supposed to be the National Gallery, so our nation, which is diverse, but it's not represented in the National Gallery.
And that's true of many galleries of the kind of national and regional stage.
I think it's suffering from its name a little bit because it is meant with a historic collection held by the nation they've inherited.
Yes.
And if anyway you should expect perhaps to see more women artists and diversity is in the Tate and other major contemporary art.
But even Tate Britain is struggling in the way that you've described to find the women artists in their collection.
But I think if you've got 30, if you do have 32 images by women, why have you only got 8 on display? And even in Tate Modern, the way they've redesigned Tate Modern, you've still got all the old masters over in the left-hand side, where you've got the galleries with the escalators, and then they've put all the LGBTQ artists over the other side, and lots of people of colour. So it's still segregated in that, and you've got all the tourists, they're all over that side looking at all the old masters, and the other side was empty. So it's just
and in part that's because of its international appeal to tourists. So, sorry, lady back there.
This might be a bit controversial, but often I'm accused of being sexist. But you might be surprised by this, but it's just that in my experience, my recent experience, I've noticed that the difference between women and men artists, like men, are more free for a start because women have more burdens in society. Bringing up families, working as well, all these sort of things. I think women have harder lives, and so in terms of art, I think men are freer, and actually, in my experience, this is where it's going to get controversial. But
I was waiting for it to happen. I hadn't heard it yet.
I think they're better. For example, I do portraits, right? And somebody I know who was just not a waiter, but he had his own cafe, and he started doing portraits really recently. And my God, they are brilliant. And I thought, You know, that's just one. And I've noticed more and more that when, you know, men are doing art, their skill level is, you know, it's like it's easier. That's how I feel as a woman. It's
I
like
can
a
understand
small
what you're saying.
struggle.
I don't agree with the last statement about, you know, their skill level is easier or higher even, but I will play back your concern. Is it because the men have had that opportunity to do something because society has allowed them to, that they are then free to produce artwork that some people are saying is better?
They're freer, I think.
I don't know whether freer is the right word. I less burden. I can understand that within society, but the likes of Tracy Emin, for example, I think is.
Quite debate, isn't it? Tracy Emin is like really debate.
Yeah, but we're into that whole controversial statement now, aren't we? There she is. Is she not as free as possible?
I think she argues as well that not having children is beneficial to her art practice.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one, and that was very controversial when she came out with that. A lot of women were saying, no, having children adds to my life, you know, it's my inspiration and stuff like this. But, you know, in terms of technique, I have a lot of like quite disagree with you so much, really, in that. So perhaps, I mean, rather than dominate and go on, perhaps we can chat.
Yeah, I'm very happy to chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, is part of the problem the system of art education at an advanced level, at undergraduate level? I've been out of
it
for
permeates
some time,
right the way through.
Because I taught at Exeter College of Art in 1980 to 82.
Yeah.
There were a majority of women students on that degree programme,
Mhm.
no women on faculty, as far as I remember at all.
That's not dissimilar to the current situation.
And, you know, most of the teaching, if teaching is a word, and you can't, I don't say teaching, most of the dialogue, the sharing, was in the pub. I forget which pub it was in Exeter, the Open First, at about 4:30, when all the male faculty disappeared to the pub. And all the, mostly men students, went down there to meet them. And they sat getting drunk until 7:30, sharing conversations about art, about life, about everything. But you didn't see many of the women in that situation. The whole thing was skewed, it was frightful, really. I would hope it's different.
No.
I don't think it is overly different. The pub scenario might be different. I don't know, but in terms of the number of entries at GCSE and A level, for example, we're seeing many more female entries, many more, but it's not matched by the teaching profession.
And I don't know about diversity either in terms of.
No.
I mean, I know Arts Council a few years ago because I was on regional council 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Thought fine art was a middle class white bastion, really.
Yeah.
And the values being taught reflected that very elite, narrow band of culture.
Yeah.
Things are changing, aren't they? I mean,
Only as far as we let them change.
well, yes.
Which is why I want to
you know,
prompt
when you go on to,
the thought.
You know, social media and stuff.
Yeah.
There's a lot more art that's available to people. And it was very interesting you were talking about, you know, they're all copying and everything. But I mean, that's the way the artists, you know, a lot of artists do. And Picasso said still, you know.
Yeah, but he didn't say copy.
No,
He said
but
steal.
copying is the way that a lot of people learn.
Yeah.
You know, I know my work has been copied by students.
Yeah.
And with my permission.
But that is a very old traditional model
Yeah, but it still works.
for promoting the patriarchy.
Still works for certain people.
But it still works.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it doesn't still work. I'm just saying.
It's all generalisations.
But all it does is perpetuate a set of values.
Depends where you are and what's going on.
I was just going to ask actually, could you go back to, I think it was the slide with the quote for the great artists, the book Great Artists, in terms of why they were chosen.
Yeah.
There was a sentence at the end of that which was interesting.
Sorry, it's quite a way back.
Oh, there you go. Went past it. Here. Every artist in this book broke new ground in some way, influencing, inspiring, and setting new standards. It's just interesting because that's how she defines a great artist, yet as you're picking up in schools, do we inspire children to work in that way in order to become future great artists? I don't know, it's just interesting.
What's on too is Sarah Lucas on the left, but she wasn't in the book.
No, she wasn't. That's where
Oh.
I've
Oh,
played
I
with
see, sorry.
images. Sorry, the images aren't from the book. I've been playful with images.
The females that were mentioned there, I noticed, were perhaps famous because of their association at the time with male artists, like Frida Kahlo, for example, Georgia O'Keeffe. That's interesting as well, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, and it can't be ignored. You know, it's an unfortunate statement within art history that we can't ignore that and say, was within the time, was that the reason that they were given credence as artists? Yeah.
It's two questions.
Yeah.
First of all, is it correct to believe that marketing and business decides the greatness of artists? It determines whether the artist is correct?
It depends who you think determines anything.
I'm just asking you.
No, because as I say, the politicians were the ones who were trying to determine the greatest artists in the early version of that curriculum, which was thankfully never published publicly. So no one saw that list. But there were a list of, I think, something like 50 artists from a 500 period of history who were all male. There were no female artists of any kind in there. And they were predominantly painters or sculptors.
Okay, and just one more question. What's your personal definition at the moment? What is the great art?
The great art.
Yeah.
Let me backtrack from that. What is art? I operate on the basis that human beings create art. So art could be anything that human beings create. In fact, I'll go further than that. There is only one subject in the curriculum, and it's art. And everything else has different labels. And suddenly I've just turned the whole concept of the curriculum upside down. That's my view, that's not the government's view, and it's not what happens outside in schools. Yes?
The great artists of the last 5 centuries weren't just males. They were Western Europeans, white males. So there are a lot of other segments of population that are being omitted.
Yes, absolutely.
The question is, if the criteria are truly neutral, in my opinion, and I believe in every analysis, and your opinion, are influenced by heterodeterminations. So there is a chest going on, and it's an open-ended chest, but sure it's not neutral, and it's in regard to hegemonic narratives and criteria. So we must consider this reality, this segment, this part of reality when we talk about greatness in the art.
Yeah. Let's expose that thought a little further. Within that great Western canon, as it were, of art, we have all been convinced that it's important to know the name of the artist for it to be great art. Whereas in most of human societies in history, it's not been necessary to know the names of the artists. It's a peculiarly European fascination. And where artworks from different cultures have involved different people working together, so it becomes a collaborative artwork, and I'm quite interested in totem poles, for example, and they are quite often collaboratively created, then there is no named creator. It's a shared thing. It's the communities. So we're already having a particular way of thinking which causes us problems. Yeah.
If we consider traditional dances as
Yeah.
a form of art,
Yes.
we will observe that, at least in my country and in many other countries, the community creates the ancient circle of the community.
Yes.
You know, this is also art.
Yeah.
I have to hold you and you have to hold me.
Yes.
So there's a different
Yeah.
conception of art. But the aim of this reference is not to exclude personal greatness, but to explore it through the antagonistic realm of capitalism, of personal achievement, of that pyramid-like scale. So there's also another conception.
Well, I think I've done my work in terms of disturbing people's thinking, but I'm very happy to continue the conversation afterwards, and I'll hand back to you, Julie. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think this is the hallmark of our conference. We don't try to give you prescribed answers, but we actually challenge you to think. And it starts even from the theme itself. As I've said to many people, the theme is deliberately vague enough for you to put your spin on it, because if we prescribe the theme to you, where's the art in that? So let's have a short break now, and then we'll be back for Stephen's presentation.
I made a mistake of being too far. Thank you.
No.
You're a blind person, can you?
Huh?
You're a blind person, remember.
Now we've got to find. Did you want to make any quick changes?
Yes, I was going to delete 8 slides.
Okay,
I
so
think
let me
just
turn this
time.
off for now, so people can't see what
So
you're doing.
how do I do it from
So,
here? I can delete from here, can't I?
It's just saying it doesn't allow you to edit because this version of my.
It's just incredible. Thank you so much. I'm very impressed.
Would you like to connect?
Yeah.
Do you need the screen off or should I?
Pardon?
Do you need the screen off or shall I turn it back on?
Turn it back on?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so can we just see the first slide? Then?
Yeah.
And to go into slideshow?
Yeah, there's a button down there.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's the one.
So then to change slides, I can just go up and down here.
Yeah, or I think arrows left and right do it as
Yeah.
well. Just change that to
And
HDMI.
they had no attention because they
It
were
should.
just to get all the stuff.
In a second.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that's incredible. Thank you very much. Really enjoyed it.
It's a bit slow. Does when it's flashing, it's just
so it's thinking
about it.
I'll nip to the
basically.
loo while that's
Yeah,
happening.
yeah. It might take a little while.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Well done. Thank you. Brilliant.
Yeah, you're all set.
So, yeah, I think so. Oh, no.
Oh, maybe it is.
No.
Oh, I think.
Why is that not
it's just because that notification has come up. That will
So
almost kick you
now-
out. So now, yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Fantastic.
Cool.
Oh, perfect. Great. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
No worries.
και δύσκολο, αλλά είμαστε ζωντανές. Το βλέπετε. Θα επανέλθουμε σιγά σιγά.
Έχω δει πολλά.
Θα επανέλθουμε, θα δεις. Θα επανέλθουμε. Thank you very much.
Εμείς έχουμε επανέλθει. Το σύστημα δεν έχει επανέλθει. Εμείς έχουμε επανέλθει. Το θέμα όμως το σύστημα.
Είναι πολύ, όπως είπες και εσύ, πώς είναι δυνατόν να ξαναψηφίσουμε αυτόν τον παπά, δεν ποιον άλλο παπά. Δεν μπορώ τώρα να διεύθυνση.
Παιδί μου, αυτή είναι τελείως, δεν μπορώ να το καταλάβω. Όταν το άκουσα τρελάθηκα, αλλά νομίζω είναι επειδή πολλοί δεν ψηφίσανε και πήγανε το Σαββατοκύριακο.
Κάποιοι.
Και δεν έγινε τίποτα.
Κάποιοι δεν ξέρω εσύ ο μουσιολογιός, δεν προσυπογράφω. Μιλάνε επειδή σύμφωνα λόγω που έχουν χρησιμοποιήσει. Είχε πληρωθεί στο εξωτερικό.
Σίγουρα. Αφού κοίτα τι έγινε στην Αμερική. Δεν ξέρω. Και κάνουν απέσια πράγματα για την Ελλάδα. Μας έχουν σκλαβώσει, πουλήσανε όλη την Ελλάδα και αυτός και ο άλλος. Τον άλλον τον κανονίσανε για τα καλά. Τώρα έχουν βρει το πάτημα για τα 3 μικρά κόμματα. Ότι είναι ναζί, τα 3 μικρά κόμματα. Κάτι γίνεται κάτω από εκεί. Ναι, αυτό το σύστημα που φέρανε, που το έχουν στο Ισραήλ, αυτοί τους το δώσανε, αυτοί εδώ πέρα οι Αμερικανοί τους δώσανε, κάνανε αυτό. Εγώ το πιστεύω αυτό. Παιδί μου έχουν φύγει, φεύγουν όλοι από την Ελλάδα και έρχονται αυτοί τώρα. Εγώ δεν είμαι κατά, εγώ δεν είμαι κατά. Στους ανθρώπους. Κοίτα ποιος τους ξερίζωσε από εκεί. Ξερίζωσε όλη την ιστορία τους. Ναι. Κοίταξε, δηλαδή δεν είναι όλοι που διαβάζουν το Κοράνι και είναι κακοί άνθρωποι. Αυτό, εγώ είμαι εκτός.
Different to those who walk it out of
Ναι, το θέμα είναι, ναι, και εγώ το ίδιο. Το θέμα είναι ότι πολλοί από αυτούς τους ανθρώπους θέλανε να τους ανοίξεις την πόρτα, να μπουν μέσα και να μην θέλουν ούτε να μάθουν για την ιστορία του τόπου, να μην μάθουν τη γλώσσα. Υπάρχουν νόμοι στην Αμερική, δεν μπορεί να το κάνεις αυτό. Πρέπει να πεις καρδιά. Όχι, λίγη πότσα. Δεν ξέρω. Ξέρεις, γι' αυτό κάνω αυτό που κάνω. Συνδέομαι με τους ξένους, με αυτό που έχω κάνει και με το μικρό μου λιθαράκι εκπαιδεύω κάποιους Έλληνες για να μπορέσουν να επιβιώσουν στην Ελλάδα και να κάνουν καλό στους ανθρώπους. Δεν τους ενδιαφέρει. Και αυτοί που είναι μέσα στα πανεπιστήμια.
I was sitting up the back here, wasn't I?
Yes. Θα μου πεις τι κάνεις για να μήπως κάνουμε τίποτα. Όχι τίποτα, να κάνουμε κάτι.
Sorry.
Did I lose the clothes?
What? Yeah, that's the goal.
Sorry, it works for me. I'll pray on my behalf.
Good.
You're right. I think it's somewhere. Is it there? Is it over there?
It's got Womber College on it.
I saw a bag of one college in that room by the paintings.
I think you might be right.
Let me go and check it. That was good.
All the best.
Thanks.
Are you sure? If anyone wants to go in here,
I want to be at the edge, always find like I have the same intention. Yes. Am I now? When I asked this morning about the field of your creativity, now I know it.
Now you know it.
And I'm very happy about it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. This hidden secret is not anymore hidden.
It's not hidden anymore. It's okay if I sit.
Yeah, of course, not I like it.
People who were put on so I have to rewrite it tonight and hope that the girls somewhat finished up for me and drive forward anyway.
Wow, that's really
Yeah, Pharisee.
Yeah.
Stopped because I'm dark.
Yesterday or some certificate.
Whereabouts was it again?
I'm in Solothurn.
There's no as well. So I've got more work
now
to
in
do now. So I don't know where it's going to fit in. Hopefully in Travelodge.
There where I have a company as well, an organization that is in Florence, in Estonia.
Yeah. I don't know, it's not the hotel itself anymore.
In
It's
Estonia.
one of these private car parks.
You'll just meet at HQ and you have our meetings.
Really? Wow. I like it, the reaches.
It's more realistic.
I'm
you
feeling
actually can pick
working
there.
Because I think Jay needs to sort himself out, start taking responsibility. You know, because get on the phone while we've been trying to do things. When it should be he, because he's the most able body coming in. And he and I thought that if we take him together and have him
I'm on the phone with Dale, he's on the phone.
So, you know, 5 people doing
No,
that.
great what you're doing here with your small production company.
House of Stars.
Yeah, you have carrying around, I saw.
Yeah,
like it.
like Medford is very supportive environment.
Next to you, sit there and sit, just wait for them to wander all around the town. You'll never find them.
It's actually Robin's
Cool
been
names.
You're as well part of the team.
Jade hasn't, I don't think.
Which is where Geraldine knows it's a small area of you know, it's not as though it's going to
Can't see all that.
we're not in any danger. So it's a bit difficult for you, but I need to do this time to go through the government. They list a order for tomorrow. You know, I've got to rewrite it tomorrow.
But that's the same story as we just and it's really very sad. But it's true. Yeah. I'm coming from the arts as well. We have our family is the motor.
I admire your caution.
Somewhere to sit down, go upstairs and do our thing. So when I finish my forwards, do I stay there or do I go back down and shoot again?
I know a friend of mine, she won't leave the house. She's not keen on leaving the house actually, but always wears a mask still.
There's also a disease, right?
Sorry?
There's also a disease by
No, she's just a fear of COVID. I mean, still in France.
Unfortunately, there's also a disease.
Give the names of her, yeah, the very thing, unless it's changed.
Who will survive?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, for at least another 5,000 years, maybe. Ourselves, yes.
Just check that. Oh no, yesterday. Yeah, because it's in online. Hence my difficulty with the website.
Daryl can take the people down to Wetherspoons and we'll follow on when we're ready. And if Daryl's
Feel differently if I was an artist.
I agree. But these three are Sheila. So Sheila's only just finished her in the names. That's what Julie must have sent me last night.
Okay.
So yesterday. But I'm not so this being quite difficult.
Okay.
And then the other day,
And what is
he sent me
Alright,
slides.
so Sheila's up there,
But
and then I go.
you can say out
Well, this is
now
the new one. This was Saturday.
with the
But
publication
I just
and
checked the
everything.
slides.
You are producing the project now, and every project, the last project has a deadline.
But
And you say that is the out now.
these are
Out.
the changes. So this is what's going to happen.
And the
But
next,
since then,
The next
and
one
there's been another couple of things fitted in. So I've got to rewrite
Not time for a new
because you've spoken about the series.
So I got I got the journal from this meeting to see what it is.
Having conversations with local organizations to do something together. So that will probably
Yeah, sorry. I thought I didn't know everyone was here. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. We're ready now for Stephen's Where Do We Come From?
Yeah.
If you don't know that, you'll never.
No, well, I'm getting a bit clumsy now because I'm not even sure what kind of an artist I am. I've been pondering this now for at least 15 minutes.
Yeah, one copy.
And yes, what kind of an artist and what kind of an art education? All these things have been I hadn't meant to talk about, but very briefly, really. I mean, I've stopped describing myself as an artist about 10 years ago. I didn't find it a helpful term because when anyone saw me outside working and inquired what I was doing, and this often involved, as you see, putting canvas onto riverbeds, they'd kind of come along, usually walking a dog, and say, "What's all this about?" And I said, "Oh, this is an art project." Art. And I walked away. So the second time it happened, someone came along and they said, "Well, what is it you're doing?" I said, "Well, it's a sort of scientific research project. We're trying to examine the detritus in the river, and this canvas is 4 meters by 3, and this percentage will give us a sort of ratio of anything floating in the water that shouldn't be there. We don't know what's going to happen. Come back and have a look when the tide's gone out." Oh, it's fascinating. So how you describe something or describe what you do instantly seems to have repercussions and connections or not with people. But I kind of acquired all this since my education. I went to a very traditional fine art education at Leeds University, studying the history of fine art, which was, as we've kind of been looking at, the history of Western art, and that started with the Greeks, picked up in the Renaissance and stopped in the late 19th, early 20th century, and that was my art education. And it was mostly theory. I mean, it's 70% theory in Leeds and 30% practical. And so that was another thing. But going back before then, looking at the photograph of all those poor children sat drawing leaves, that's very like my own schooling in 1962, 63 at primary. When the teacher, we were all sat in rows of desks like that. It wasn't drawing leaves, it was telling the time. And we'd all got to draw clocks on the paper with the hands pointing in a certain way, and the teacher would draw the hands on the blackboard, so we all could learn to tell the time. And then the teacher would walk up behind the rows of children looking over their shoulders, and he'd get to me and one or two of the kids in the classroom, and whack across the back of your hand, because you were using your left hand to draw with, to write with. And this went on for at least a year before my Mum and Dad found out, because I'm kind of going home with huge welts across the back of my hand, aged about 5 or 6 or 7. I really can't remember, that's so long ago. But that was something else, and to be left-handed was to be sinister. If you look at the kind of origin of the word, the left is sinister, dexterous is nice and right and correct. Left is somehow a bit suspicious, you know, and should be very wary of these kind of strange left-handed people in the world. And the schools did their level best to beat it out of me. Couldn't hold your knife and fork in the wrong hands. Couldn't kick a football with the left foot. All of these things were kind of part of a kind of terrifying education I had, I think. But that's kind of where I came from. But I wanted there's 3 questions really. Where do we come from? What are we? Where are we going? And it's actually the title of a painting by Paul Gauguin, one of the last major paintings he ever made in Tahiti, when he was working at the height of the Industrial Revolution, really, in the 1880s, trying to escape it and not really achieving it because you can't step outside your time, or I don't think you could. I'm kind of asking these questions now in a post-industrial time, kind of because they still resonate for me. And they're questions. I've had a reproduction of the painting in my studio and in my floating artwork, which I'm going to talk about, just as a reminder to myself to keep asking the question. And so, in a general sense, where do we come from? I mean, millennia ago, one theory has it we climbed down out of the trees and onto the plains. And the other one, that we dragged ourselves up out of the oceans and onto land. And I've always felt, to me, if I had an inkling or a feeling of where I'd like to have come from, I think it would have been out of the oceans onto the land. And we're still 60% water. We are kind of watery beings. We can't exist without it. And so many of us love water in our lives. I love walking in the rain. We love the rain. We like living beside water. And you know, you can look at the way, this is an old photograph now of where we are, of Chatham and Rochester and Gillingham. And there are far more riverside apartments now. People want the view. They want to be able to have the relaxation of looking at water. And yet, it's not exactly the nicest of waterways in a traditional sense. But I can come to that too. I mean, I like to know where we are, and we're somewhere in this area here in the Chatham Dockyard, which is where my studio is. And it's where I've had a studio in this yard for about 26 years. I don't use it all the time. It's a base, and I kind of go away and come back. But this is the landscape or the waterscape that's made me an artist, or made me the artist that I am. And I love the way Constable used to talk about his little bit of Suffolk around Flatford Mill and Dedham Vale. He thought it only needed that tiny place to inspire a lifetime of work and view of the world. He said this, I can't remember the exact quote, but he said that landscape made me a painter. This landscape has made me an artist, if that's what I call myself. And as I say, it's convenient when you're applying for grant aid, but that's about the only time I've found it really very useful to describe myself as an artist, because I feel I've been a hydrologist, an archaeologist, geologist, all these other things, and I just love exploring, and I physically explore this landscape. And in 1998, I spent about 240 days in a 2-metre-long dinghy called Magwitch, kind of travelling all the Marsh Islands and getting off and making work, taking photographs, recording, writing too. So it's not pretty. I mean, if Constable had Flatford Mill and Dedham Vale, we've got Slaughterhouse Point, Folly Point, Bedlam's Bottom, Ladies' Hole, strangely, Black Saw Marsh, Horrid Hill, Dead Man's Island, which everyone now knows about, and they're all names that have been given to these places by different generations of people who were part of the legacy of the prison hulks, the quarantine ships and the hospital vessels that were kind of moored in this river. To be honest, just a little off this map down here. And in a way, it's a landscape that I've come to feel is mine, it's my place, it's home. And if anything, home is where the heart is, and this is where my heart is. And a lot of artists now and environmentalists talk about deep engagement with places. And I've been so deeply involved with the Medway over such a long time that I've been well and truly married. And it's become, for all its horrors and all its beauties, something that in a marriage you kind of understand and tolerate. So this is Who Island, and all of this area is where they put all the kind of refuse when they dug the Medway Tunnel. It was all kind of left out here. This is Normarsh, which in the 1950s had a levee all the way around, and this was pasture for grazing cattle or sheep. Changed a lot in the terrible flood in February 1950, can't remember, 54, 56, when a lot of this landscape was abandoned to nature, and all the farming and the kind of sheep herding, cattle on the island stopped. And I remember talking to some people in the year 2000 when I did a project documenting the final tide of the millennium with local people. We had a huge book of stories. And this chap in his 70s at the time said, oh, when we were small, we remember walking the day after the flood along the riverbank with these huge inflated bodies of cattle full of gas that were kind of floating on the water and drifting to shore. It's like a horror story, really. So I want to talk a little bit about this place. This is Darnet Fort on Bishop's Ness. And this whole landscape, 1800 years ago in Roman times, was very different. I've seen some archaeological drawings that try to show this entire area here as farmland, not as water flood at high tide. That this island, Who Island, was connected to the shore here. This was land. And the main channel of the river kind of wound down through here, this is still the main water channel into the dockyard. But very different. And so at low tide, what looks like sort of 3/4 of a mile of water at high tide becomes a narrow channel of water here. And I made a project before my project. I mean, when the tide goes out, it's like the whole river is in flux, and 6 meters of water on average can flow into this river every 12 hours and back again into roads, and it fingers the mud and changes it. And the mud itself is 50 million years old Eocene clay from the bed of a former sea. So it's like this, in time things change so much. A former sea is now became land, is being eroded by the sea again. And in the sort of, when the tide went out on Bishop's Ness one morning, I walked out and I found this strange shape in the riverbed. And I kept going back to photograph it day after day. And what it began as a small circle. And then as the tide worked on the mud, the river as its own archaeologist was sort of excavating the mud. And it's a Romano-British cremation burial. And they used to have, there were 3 urns, a larger one, a slightly smaller one, and the tiniest one in the centre with the burnt ash in the base pot. When I first found it, I thought, oh, right, ring up the local archaeologist, ran the county archaeologist in Mason. And they weren't at all interested at all, because archaeology on the river is sacrificed. They're not really interested in it. So I started making my own recordings of where I'd found things, trying to keep some kind of accurate archaeological record of the passing of time, really. I mean, so that seemed important, and how the river could make its own record of the passing of time if I set up the right circumstances. And I devised a process where I could take cotton gauze and pin it down. This is quite a small one I made, but they got huge. And it was always a solo operation out on the river, trying to manage these huge sheets of canvas, but worked out a system. And I wanted to let the river tell its own story, make its own marks. I didn't want to make a painting of the river. I thought the river could paint itself. And I wanted to be a sort of a amanuensis to the tides, to give it a voice for the tides, the turns, the turnstones, because there seemed to me that there's too much ego in art and too much hubris in the world. And this was a way of kind of stepping outside of it, really, to see what might happen if the river curated its own exhibition. So I made, I was mentioning in 1998, I spent about 240, 250 days on Bishop's Ness Island, camping inside this fort. I pitched my tent in the middle, and you see there's a plank kind of going across what looks like a moat, but in fact is a feature called a glacis. When the engineers were building these structures in the 1860s, they'd intended them to be 2 stories, and the weight of them was so much they were sinking into the muddy Medway clay. And the engineering solution is to build a glacis, which is a huge mound of earth around the outside, and it's like a counterweight to push the fort back up again. And I just love the sort of the kind of workings of all of this. And I mean, I'm interested in this as much as I am anything else. And all these kind of this kind of knowledge satisfies my curiosity for how things appear to be what they are. And so there are 11 of these gun bays looking out across the river, which was, you know, they were designed to be a firing platform to prevent the French initially from invading Chatham Dockyard. By the time they were finished in the 1860s, they were redundant because the nature of warfare had changed, and we weren't at war with the French anyway. So they had a very limited life, but I took a sight line out of each window to the shore, and where that sight line met the shore, I placed the canvas to record the tide marks at that point, then brought them back and exhibited them hanging inside each bay of the fort. There is a catalogue, if afterward anyone wants to look, and there's sort of photographs of there's a big installation in the fort, but it takes too much time to show it. But then the idea was that if I'm going to have an installation there, it could, how long do I have an exhibition for? Like, is it for a weekend? Is it for 4 weeks? Is it for a month? 2 months? What would be the optimum time? But the tides are controlled by the moon. And in a circular fort, it seemed to be an echo of that cycling moon. So I ran the installation from new moon to new moon. And in the centre of we had a celebration in the middle for the full moon, when I invited anyone that wanted to come to bring their own tent and join me in the fort. And we had a kind of moon viewing ceremony. And people brought moon cakes, baked a moon cake. And the idea was we'd have it's kind of a bit Japanese, really. The traditional moon viewing ceremonies in Japan, you wrote haiku, and it just seemed to be a way to celebrate our place in nature. It rained all night, actually. There was nothing to be seen through the cloud, except for one very brief moment, which we all captured, when the moon just broke through a tiny bit of cloud, and the cloud did a sort of fan dance in front of the moon, and it closed over again. But it did make an appearance, and it was a sort of another one of those treasured moments. But people were invited out to this exhibition from new moon to new moon when nature let them come, not when they wanted to come. Because you had only got access at high tide. And high tide isn't a 9 to 5 phenomena. It's changing by 40 minutes with every tide. So the tide times change every single day. And sometimes there is no high tide in daytime, and on those days no one could visit the installation. So the whole thing, as well as looking at the work of the river, was an induction into how nature works, and a sort of slap in the face to the systems we impose on nature in the way that we live. And I did try, and I've tried since, to live kind of closer to those sort of circadian rhythms, you know, to be more in tune with how I live my days, waking up at dawn and going to bed at sunset. And in the next project I'll show you, that was something that became very, very evident. But I want to go to the next slide. I'm going to leave the Medway. I had planned to show quite a lot of the work I've done around the River Medway, different projects, different parts of the river down in Whitstable. And out, I spent 6 weeks on the Maunsell Sea Forts, 6 miles offshore down the confluence of the Thames and Medway. But I think that would have been too much of an intrusion into a simpler story. So the next question was, what are we? I mean, and I could have been asked that at any point really, but it had relevance to my visiting the New Forest in Hampshire when I was invited by an organisation called SPUD, Space, Placemaking and Urban Design, to work on a project with an architect and a civil engineer to create a live-work space suitable for an artist in the national park that would be temporary, that would last for 12 months, and after it was removed would leave little or no trace of its ever having been there. And it was supposed to be a paper exercise, as a kind of way of thinking about planning in national parks where new things aren't allowed to be built because the landscape has to be preserved as it is. And there were 3 projects altogether. The other 2 teams didn't get any further because the National Parks Authority said no. And I was lucky because my project was proposed for the edges of the national park. And I love edges because it's where they're kind of permeable, where one thing becomes another. And it wasn't like prime national park territory. And I actually got the most important thing, which was the support of the private landowner. And that was the de Rothschild family who own Exbury Park, and the river was the Bewley River in Hampshire. And I didn't have the idea for what the sculpture should look like at the outset, but we did research. I knew I wanted to be at the edge where the landscape was really changing. Like climate change had already affected the Hampshire Council decision to rethink the positioning of all the coastal paths. They're all being moved inland and higher. And I thought, well, you know, my work is about the changes of nature, the threats to nature, and our relationship with it. So I wanted to be in an estuary environment. And we went up the Bewley River. Oh, I thought I'd been there. Yeah, we went up the Bewley River. And I stepped ashore onto a salt marsh, and the first thing I did was to start to tread on this egg. I just did that, and I just missed it. And I thought, crikey, if I can do that, me who's going to this place to look after nature, to be its guardian for a year in some kind of structure, what does that say about the chances for nature, really, if even the artists trying to protect it are going about destroying it to make art? And so I photographed it. It's the egg of a herring gull. And it shares with us 60% of our DNA. It's, you know, when you think, what are we? Well, we're 60% herring gull and about the same percentage swan. We're actually, it's a bit turning a bit, but we're actually 10% tree as well. And it became really apparent that the interconnection of life is sort of a fundamental thing I was missing in my understanding of everything of nature that society as a whole was sort of missing as well. And when I was a student, as well as studying that fine art course I talked about, I also studied the history and philosophy of science for a year as a subsidiary subject. And I'd been aware, and in the back of my mind, I'd remembered this engraving, and it's the frontispiece to a book called Exercises on the Generation of Animals by William Harvey, and it was published in 1651. And it's a book about embryology, and Harvey discovered the circulation of the blood. He is the first person to propose an understanding of how blood circulated the human body. But this was his last major work. He's a Kentish man as well, but he was working mostly in Italy throughout his life. But he's probably the most prominent physician of his age, really, and he was physician to Charles II, also in this country. But I remembered the illustration, this idea that the egg could be opened and all of life would spring from it. Everything is from the egg, and that apparently William Harvey kept going around to everybody saying ex ovo omnia, ex ovo omnia, even worms, all from the egg. And he was proposing that human beings came from eggs before 200 years before it was first possible to observe how the human egg was fertilized. So he had a sort of intuition about that. And I went back to the hotel that night, having nearly trodden on the egg in the previous slide, thinking, eggs. And I was having the shower, and it was that eureka moment. I thought, I've got to live in an egg. That's it. That's what this structure should be. Otherwise, why waste money on any structure at all? Why spend the resources on a building when I could do this project in a tent? I didn't need an egg. I didn't need a building. So why have architects? Why be involved? And so I went to meet the architects 10 o'clock the next morning at their office in Lymington, and I explained what I wanted to do, and the sort of look of puzzlement, and one of them said, "Oh, we've never designed anything that didn't have at least one right angle in it." Mm-hmm. And so this was, I just immediately thought I was on the correct track, that that the egg, which is a symbol of life in so many different cultures, nurture, new beginnings, and all life comes from the egg, or perhaps from the seed, its kind of evolutionary cousin. But it seemed to me that a project that was exploring a place from an egg would capture the imagination, and I was kind of blogging about this, and no one could visit me on site because it was a SSSI, a site of special scientific interest, so it was very difficult to come physically to see me whilst I was there. But we had solar cells powering webcams, and I was blogging about it, and it actually became quite famous online, and as kind of became a bit of a phenomenon. And it kind of, that night I had the shower, I went down into the hotel restaurant, and I started making drawings like this on a little receipt pad the waitress lent me. And this was one of the first kind of conceptions of what this egg might be, that it also had to float. I had the idea that it should be a floating egg. So I wanted to rise and float on the tide. It was something about taking nature's pulse, listening to the heartbeat of nature by kind of rising up and down on water every 12 hours. And the idea that I might examine what life of the water to fish, and that the sun would bleach the egg from above, and underneath the egg would accrue barnacles. So it would become a kind of organic thing that would slowly change and decay and become a kind of calendar of the changing seasons. And so Pad Studios, the architects called Graham and Wendy Perring in Leamington, eventually turned my sort of concept into a plan that a boat builder could follow to actually construct it. And it was quite a complicated process. I had a lot of input into the materials used. Someone said, can it be a carbon fibre egg? I said, nope, it's got to be wooden. It's got to be something of the place that in a way would biodegrade. I didn't like the idea of carbon fibre, a sort of high-tech egg. We had to work out the balance. It was very light, how to make it float. And two different marine engineers worked on the balancing. One of them was Stephen Payne, who was the designer of Queen Mary 2, who happened to live nearby. And I have a nice quote from Steve to say that he was proud to have designed the world's largest ocean-going passenger ship, as it was at the time, and the world's largest floating egg. So we eventually took about, this is the sort of gestation period of the egg and the midwifery that kind of comes into its creation and the nurturing of the creation, working on it with the architect, and the boat builder, a chap called Paul Baker, who eventually agreed to build it. And he built it like two halves of an egg, two identical halves, then turn them over and fasten them together around the straight line, then cut out the doors and the window. So it was a beautiful, it was an innovative structure, beautifully made, and this is how it looked when it was finished. When we were towing it into location on the Bewley River at the head of this little creek, St Margaret's Creek, which was a former sea salt making lagoon on the Exbury bank of the Bewley River. So it was a very difficult job getting it in, but once managed, it was just such a wonderful structure to live in. And I actually, for 12 months, lived in it. It became my home. It was a workshop. It was an observatory. It was a little museum of things I'd found. And I kind of look at the life around me, just looking at the other life, what might come from eggs or not, you know. The egg sacs of the common whelk were a kind of washed up on the shore beside me, and this is now part of a collection. Carapaces, all kinds of things were documented, photographed, collected. And I felt I needed to really immerse myself in the role. And I thought, well, I'm on the Bewley River and I'm a sort of curator of the work of the river. So maybe a caretaker or a beadle. I thought the idea of the parish beadle was something I could be. And so I'd been collaborating with a group of students at Solent University in Southampton who were promised design me, for when I began this project, an egg wardrobe. So they designed me t-shirts and coats and trousers to wear. DIY trousers, a lady called Sue Carley designed for me. She said, yeah, dye it yourself. And so they were unbleached cotton that I then dyed with dye I made from oak galls from local trees. So this kind of connecting to nature became really, really important. But I thought I'd be the beadle. And Sue designed this cape for me using recycled fabric and based it on this sort of 18th century notion of what a parish beadle might have looked like, you know. And I think, I can't remember the Latin origin of beadle. It's like bedulus, which means to make aware. And Bewley means beautiful place. So the idea of the Bewley beadle was someone making others aware of a beautiful place. And that didn't seem like a bad role for an artist, if that's what I was. I mean, I was just really getting deeper and deeper into the role.
Stephen, 5 minutes max.
Oh, right then, okay. Sorry, talking too long. A chain of office from oak leaves and acorns. The inside of the egg, how I was living, and this quote across the top: "Shall I not have intelligence with the earth? Am I not partly leaves and vegetable mould myself?" Which is from Henry David Thoreau, who wrote a book called Walden in the 1850s about it was like a spiritual guide to living in the wilderness. It was like a social thing, but it seemed to me so much about what I was doing. I made my own chairs from floating pallets. I made my own vessels from floating chair legs, and I made my own sea salt in a sort of homage to the old sea salt making landscape. rosehip syrup from rosehips growing near the egg, and oak ink to draw the wildlife that was living in the egg or around it. The resurrection egg from the feathers of a dead dove that I found on Easter Sunday and finished by Easter Monday. And swimming in the water as this kind of being immersed in nature in a whole new way, where grey mullet that would run at the sight of a shadow when you look down at them onto the water swam by happily by me whilst I was swimming. And yet, where are we going? And we've committed ourselves to this idea of the Scala Natura, the great chain of being, with Homo sapiens at the top and Protozoa at the bottom, and that somehow we're more evolved and therefore we have more rights to the planet. The rest of nature is there for us to use and abuse, and it's leading to extinctions. The dodo shell, which was given to me by a visitor to the egg as a gift, and best eaten before 1681. I just started to get into where we're going, what's going to happen to our culture. And the story is not on a personal level. My dad died. This is a memento mori egg made from the dried funeral flowers, which I collected after the funeral. But the worst thing really is this kind of egg, the plastic egg, which can look so beautiful, and the irony of an egg, the symbol of new life and nurture, made from the material which is so contaminating the oceans. This stuff is manageable, even though it gets in the gullets of birds and tangles in their legs and whatever else. It's the phthalates in the plastic leaching out of this material that are kind of getting into the livers and gullets of hundreds of waterborne creatures, including our old friend the herring gull egg. And in 2021, Professor John Blount at the Centre for Conservation at the University of Exeter wrote a paper about marine pollution and said they now found phthalates inside the eggs of herring gulls on the southern coast. And so my initial attempt 10 years before to avoid treading on it, its kind of luck had run out, and I think our luck is running out as well. And the next extinction, the way we're going, won't be ours, but we could soon follow. Just the last thing I'd like to say, if that's okay. There was a piece of research done by a guy called Richard Gott, and it was published in Nature in 1993 as a Princeton astrophysicist. And he worked out with 94% certainty the human race had between 7.8 million and 5,000 years to go, depending. I mean, that's a kind of mathematical probability. And I think the way we're going, it's certainly on the 5,000 years end. And that's my sadness as to where we might be going. Thank you.
Really interesting. I know. But do we have any questions for Stephen? Because I mean, it was really interesting, especially to know that I'm possibly 60% seagull.
10% tree.
Yes.
It's actually common. I don't know. You reminded me of the American transcendentalism.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. I mean, there's I think nature is transcendent, and it's not what we think it is. And there's some kind of, we have a deeper connection. Some people believe taking psychoactive drugs can actually put you in touch more closely. It's not something personally I've tried. I mean, I get high on blackberries on the bushes. You know.
Any other questions?
Just really good.
Yeah?
Really good.
I know.
I just wanted to say that it's really interesting the way you have, walked your path. And what we all need to do, this is like a lesson, because we are always wanting to change the natural environment. And we forget that we're all living organisms, and we need to honor that in ourselves.
and we need to flow with life. Nothing stays the same. I remember I left Greece when I was 10 years old to go to the United States. I grew up, I went to college, studied, got myself, I thought, together. And then one day came and says in my mind, you need to connect with your childhood, because my childhood was up to 10 then. And I went back and nothing was the same. And I said to myself, oh my God, I needed to realize that life is a flow, and we need to flow with it.
Yeah,
and
we're
this
all-
is amazing. I
thank
think congratulations on your observations, and as an archaeologist and geologist and all the rest. You know,
thank you.
It was a great experience.
I
Thank
suppose the other thing is, like, we all need nature, but I increasingly wonder whether nature needs us. I think.
Yes, Sophie.
What's your position about Dominion?
Very good question. I've just applied for a residency in Santa Fe, and with the title Sovereignty. And the kind of arguments I made when I applied were, what is sovereign in nature? Who is sovereign? Who has dominion? The Bible suggests that people should have, I can't remember the phrase, dominion over all the plants and animals of the earth, etc., etc. But I don't think it meant abuse of all the animals and plants of the earth. But it was an argument given weight in the mid-19th century when Darwin published Theory of Evolution. I don't think Darwin argued it quite like that, but people jumped on the idea that some species were more evolved than others. It gets a bit nasty when you start to think in terms of evolution, people arguing that men might be superior to women, or white men superior to black. And there's a kind of evolution kind of thing in there which is pretty horrible when you're thinking about dominion and who, you know, in the 19th and 20th centuries, which cultures had dominion over the rest of the world, not just of nature, but of other people too. And just need to remember, we're all the same, you know, and all need each other. And there's just one last very brief quote, which might be right to make, by John Fowles, the writer, who wrote, "The true place of any kind is the sum of all its phenomena. They are all in some sense symbiotic, being together in a togetherness of beings." And he wrote that in a book called The Tree in 1979. And I've quoted him in my book, Everything from the Egg, which is kind of the story. Which I only came here to talk at the book, the cafe book reading, didn't I?
I know.
When I first
actually
wrote.
said you to give me this presentation. So.
And then Julian said, "Well, did you want to do a presentation?" Because I suggested I might have liked to propose, and so I did. But then I didn't get to do the book signing yesterday. But if anyone is interested in a book, I do have some with me, but they're in my studio. But I'm coming tomorrow. I could bring one or two in. I mean, they cost, to the audience here today, they're £15. They're $29 retail. Or there's an Apple book for $9.99. There's a sort of Apple book publication as well.
We're not here tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, we've come to our last but not least speaker for the day, and she's come to us all the way from Greece.
Sorry. Move out of the way.
And she's going to talk about a topic that hopefully will be more uplifting than it sounds.
First of all, I would like to apologize for this kind of presentation. I'm suffering from long-term pulmonary embolism, so that affects my ability to talk and pronounce. This is why I created an untraditional PowerPoint with a lot of words. I apologize and I ask for your help. And thank you for being here. very much. We will talk about victims of domestic violence. We will use them as a case study. And the main title of the presentation is Art Against Exclusion. Life beats down and crushes the soul, and yet art reminds you that you have one. Stella Adler's famous quote. Body politics. Body means politics, and marginalized bodies mean politics of exclusion. Exploring the role the arts can play in addressing social exclusion, it might be a relatively new departure, but the fact that in 2001 the Arts Council of England commissioned research to explore different models occurring in the arts is a further proof of its evolving importance, especially in a socioeconomic context like ourselves. Art programs can challenge the dominant paradigms that govern society, promote critical thinking and empathetic attitude. Also, employing a more flexible and challenging framework, these programs might contribute in transcending traditional concept of art excellence and consume, sustaining communities and individuals. The recent years, a better understanding of the theory, development and practice of art has gained the interest of some scholars. The theoretical framework of cultural cognition, developed, for instance, by Weithausden, proposes an alternative view on the way people reflect on culture. Some scholars argue that art should be regarded more as a process, something people do and flow with it, than as an object. Also, Alfred Gell, influenced by well-documented prior approaches of psychoanalysis and social anthropology, claimed that art functions like a social agent, helping the social subject not just to express, but to evolve and adjust. Anyway, this is not an entirely new phenomenon, but it takes new dimensions in our hyper-technological era. Part of this broad process, art is not actually a mirror. It mediates and represents social relations in schema of science, which require a receptive and preconditioned reader in order to be meaningful. And it is in the level of what those signs connote, often unconsciously, that ideologies and mentalities / attitudes are reproduced and yet overthrown. In this framework, exploring the diversified yet important impact a properly designed and addressed art project might have on that direction, using FDV's Victims of Domestic Violence as a case study, may reveal the socio-cultural functions surrounding art, and it might support the utopian vision of an aesthetically public form of art and creativity that will bring forth the self-determination and the self-fulfillment of the marginalized social subjects. Oh boy, I'm unfit. Yeah, I used to speak fluently English 10 years ago, not anymore. Anyway, life, it's okay, we're alive. Anyway, but what about an art that those women and children, victims of domestic violence, who become the primary victims of this abusive function, take in their hands? Can art be learned, used and produced sufficiently enough to create a therapeutic ethos that will challenge normativities and liberate emotions, actions and thoughts that lie too deep for tears, to quote Wordsworth? Learn this now and learn it well. Like a compass facing north, a man's accusing finger always finds a woman, always. You remember that, Mariam, wrote Khaled Hosseini in 1,000 Splendid Sun. Attributed to power and gender relations that power constructs, domestic violence remains a multifaceted and broad phenomenon, but its results in both mind and body of its victims are always the same. If, according to statistics, domestic violence specifically, which is perpetrated against women and children, has been significantly increased even more during the pandemic, it causes in all contexts, physical, mental, and emotional trauma, resulting in a variety of pervasive injuries and disorders. According to World Health Organization, domestic violence is a global public health crisis of pandemic proportions that has serious social and economic consequences for countries and societies. Dealing with a problem as deeply rooted as domestic violence requires thoughtful insight into the forces that drive socialization and shape the broader cultural constructions. While it is considered by many to be a pressing matter of public concern, this issue continues to be severely misunderstood. Anyway, these are a bit of theory. We can pass this. Talks about the importance to denaturalize hegemonic discourses around the dominant representations and to give the opportunity to the margins of society, in this case women or men or children, to create their own representations, to promote their social significance, not just in a personal but in a collective level. Let me give you an example of some dominant hegemonic narratives that are not neutral, and yet they are so well integrated, so well internalized in ourselves that we consider them as commonsensicals. To project material, to exhibit material, to show off material, if it's a body, a woman body, in many cases is regarded as an excuse even for rape, apart from abuse. But to project, to manifest another kind of material, wealth, it's not considered as an excuse for theft from a law system, etc., or common mentalities. Of course, this is not to say that we should create excusions for any kind of behavior, but we should point the double standards. So, many things are not neutral, although they are considered commonsensicals. So, social representations, despite the fact they do use common elements of the socio-historic context, being collective enterprises, are not identical in all segments of society. And in fact, factors like the class or ethnic division, cultural parameters such as religion, identity policies or gender, etc., are in use. As Johlelovich has argued, societies, groups of people and individuals have numerous social representations about the same social object, and yet it is the representations of the powerful segments that are internalized as commonsensicals, whereas the margin narratives and representations are questioned or ridiculed and abandoned. What is he talking about? Etc., etc. Now, we will leave this theory of representation for now. Moscovici, Vatican. So, why portrayals of domestic violence matter? And why any marginal representation through art is important? In general, the factors that influence and shape attitudes towards domestic violence, power relations, financial and cultural inequality, gender, culture, and these perceptions about gender and childhood, idiosyncrasy, etc., are deeply connected with societal factors as we stated before, in both micro and macro level. It is in the artistic self-representation of the FDs where these perceptions are challenged, even in a subtle, quiet, and personal way, constructing an amazing collective endeavor of the victims. These potentials can create important dynamics in macro scale, since the victims often experience inability in seeking help and liberating themselves, which is attributed to their lack of control and their sense of and manipulations through fear. We say that artists, activists, and therapists, if you may, who work with survived FDVs, in addition to talk-based group therapy, using visual or verbal noise metaphors, can help them deal with their speechless terror, as they say, wherever feelings are stored in ways that language cannot access them. But when in order to achieve that, they must create supportive, caring, actively listening, knowledgeable, non-judgmental, and open to sharing feelings environments, they in fact acknowledge and furthermore challenge the societal and cultural connotations involved in the construction of the social subject, highly antagonistic and prevailing, or passive and victimized, in both victims and victimizers. To express your own experience in a safe, supporting environment, to overcome as much as you can through a safe self-expression the heterodeterminations of what you live and of who you are, creates an art in itself, gives birth to a human being that becomes the parent of her own, or his own, overcoming the distant, alienated self that has been personally imposed and socially distributed. This is why the absence of real women, not of women representation, but of self-determined women, manipulates, it's an open discussion what that means, of course, manipulates not just themselves, but males too. Distance, in this case, might mean distance from a genuine personal, interpersonal and collective self, minimizing our chances for an inclusive world that will respect individuals and deploy talents, a world that will benefit us as a collectivity. As the feminist movement once declared, personal is political, but we may add also that too personal becomes or should become art. In relation to the dominant sociocultural representations concerning gender, Bern's findings in degendering the problem and gendering the blame inform us that the dominant discourse on domestic violence placed the responsibility on the victims mostly. According to Wilcox, while the media representations, for instance, do not actually praise offenders for their criminal acts, they did make general statements about the success of offenders in life, in business, etc., while ignoring their involvement in domestic violence. This suggests the need of a changing public perception of the issue. Nettleton, using narrative analysis to observe how the story is told, and in this case also on how the story is not told in media, in cafe, in bars, observes that women are represented as a contradictory blend of victim and responsible party, and men are represented as inept at managing their emotional lives and naturally born unable to contain their actions to fit within the bounds of civility. This antithesis between gender perception in macro scale, where women and children in the private spectrum are held responsible for men unable to control their feelings and reactions, and in macro scale, where men are considered able to exercise responsible leadership in the public spectrum, speaks for itself about the normalization and internalization of hierarchical orders and gender roles. And it could have been established, and it couldn't not have been established without commonsensical representations that permeate in society and in art for centuries now. In general, there is little doubt about the positive outcomes art making and art consuming may offer. As stated before, art therapy has highlighted that facing fears and anxieties through self-expression or self-identification, challenging heterodeterminations, can contribute to a reclamation of a personal and collective empowered self. This importance is not exercised merely or even primarily inside artistic communities, but to a broader social network, or even to communities as a whole, being a social agent able to sustain individuals and groups in eras of growing emotional, social, and financial anxieties, like our own. Women and children, survivors of domestic violence, can, at a certain extent, overcome hegemonic heterodeterminations about their gender or age and externalize current positive and negative feelings, regulate emotions and behaviors, enhance self-esteem, reduce anxiety, and gain awareness of other healthy self-aspects beyond their survival self-aspects in programs addressed to them, in artistic programs addressed to them. Through various techniques of multimodal approaches and artifacts, it can be utilized, this kind of approach to art, using metaphors to enable a better understanding of the abused self, to reveal the context of the abuse, to move the guilt from the victims, and help them reclaim and empower self and their place in the community. If we examine the related literature from art programs such as the Pioneer Program in Mansfield, UK, or the GAT program, Gifted and Talented, within a Canadian Domestic Violence Prevention Agency, or scoping reviews from various programs across the Western world that have been published, we may observe some patterns. No matter the country or place, FDVs address the power of art making to give voice to a silenced, repressed self, to facilitate self-expression for the first time as a step toward a better understanding of the experience and their role in it, to proceed in a shift to their personal identity, redefining themselves not as victims but as survivors. To go a step further, reclaiming an empowered self, to co-create connections in a safe space and to establish a personal and collective representation of individual and gender dynamics in regard to future possibilities that will enrich themselves and ourselves, the community. Now, the very notion of success and creativity might play a very ambiguous role in the reproduction of domestic violence and the normalization of unequal relations in general. Sorry. As we mentioned before, Wilcox discussing the dominant representations in popular media, for instance, pointed that offenders are projected as successful and creative, while victims as incapable of taking care of their own business. This is a kind of domestication of colonialism, which might establish passivity and the acceptance of abuse in a profound level. Thus, in FDV's case, artistic creativity, it is equally or even more about challenging the dominant paradigm of what success or progress, even in arts, is, and creating an alternative narrative about and from the voiceless, the deprived, the abused, that so often are neglected by the powerful and successful rhetorics and worldviews in actions. Oh, sorry. Stability. One survivor in one of these programs told, "We're all different, but we are the same. Just different words, different stories, but the connection is there." As another survivor in a similar project stated, through the symbols and though the symbols and images created were diverse, what unites each of the above responses is that in each case, the participant used an artistic metaphor to communicate an emotion, engage in meaning making, and either gain new understandings of lived experiences or explore future life possibilities. These results should not be attributed to art and the chance of being creative alone. As a 2009 study prepared from the European Commission pointed, creativity is a powerful catchphrase. In Western societies, it epitomizes success, the modern trends for novelty and progress. So, in a way, it also supports, among other things, positive and negative things, a pyramid-like perception of the world. This way, the expression of emotion in this, but if we challenge this, if we perceive art and artifacts as something that gains its value and its beauty not from being perfect or shining, but from the process of a marginalized person, from the process and from the effort to liberate the self, then we may reach to another, as scholars say, notion of creativity and its values. This way, the expression of emotions of weakness or confused, it becomes a reversed, valuable sign of power and creativity. On the contrary, with the dominant paradigm. There was a lot of breaking down and crying and upset and frustration, but it was very helpful, as a research subject stated, highlighting the power of sharing feelings when group members experience trust, belonging, and safety. That challenges, as we said, the realm of an antagonistic world. Now, okay, we will leave at this point the child victims. I have to say that most of the victims, boys and girls, suffer from PTSD, post-traumatic syndrome disorder, and we can observe strong emotions and reactions, but through the art, a well-prepared curator can help them cross the river. Okay. We may talk about the therapeutic ethos of art. There's a lot of theory and paradigms here, but I will leave it for now. Reclaiming the self as a means to reclaim the entire community is also important. Now, expressive art of FDVs and other socially excluded or abused groups and its healing transformative techniques and approaches is not about reaching a gallery, it is about reaching yourself, your griefs, your fears, your hopes, your potentials, and through reaching yourself to reach others too, offering together a different, more profound notion of community. The artistic curator or educator must operate with acceptance of every dimension of the survivor's experience, to demonstrate the kind of empathy that leads to the formation of a more functional self. To conclude, now, in doing so, FDVs, they not only challenge dominant narratives. In doing so, it's about the previous page, but it's okay. Dominant narratives about their experience and given gender conceptions, but the notion of art and creativity too. The shifting boundaries, to quote Gekkeler, between environments in which people can find themselves moving closer together or protecting the space of the self is in the core of this journey and challenge. This way, this concept of art promotes a genuine, sustainable cohesion and progress in our haunted societies in the benefit of us all. This exciting journey, full of contradictions, frustrations, there are a lot of examples in the research, but also possibilities, was well described by Rogers in the past, when he wrote, however, the most exciting thing about human beings is that when the individual is internally free, he or she chooses the process of self-realization as the fundamental choice of his or her life. And self is not something one finds, it is something one creates. The need to use art as a means against social exclusion reflects an intense social need, and it is echoed in various research, not just about domestic violence, but about many other stuff and segments of population. FDVs are not an exception, of course. Women and children survivors and men survivors of domestic violence use visual or other kind of metaphors in their art pieces to express an abused self and reclaim a shift in their identity from victims to survivors, as we pointed, in ways that they would never be able to verbalize. Art against exclusion, fostering an inner process of growth and change, regardless of whether the artist creates a great masterpiece or simply enjoys the use and manipulation of the medium. It does remind Thomas Sa's famous quote, "People often say that this or that person has not yet found himself, but the self is not something one finds, it is something one creates." Thank you. And excuse this kind of presentation.
Eleni, you're obviously very passionate about this topic. And I just want to ask if there's anything like a victim of domestic abuse when they're using art to
Yes,
express
yes.
themselves. Is there
Exactly.
anything we should be aware of as artists if we are facilitating any of these works?
Thank you for the question. There are a lot of paradigms, examples in the bibliography, the references, and we may find some patterns. Most of the victims of domestic violence, in fact, most of the abused people, regardless of gender, at the beginning tend to be unable to express themselves. There is a big rift between the creative self and the abused self. So you have to approach them with an unconditional acceptance. You don't want to create, you don't have to create. And even with your silence, you can create. You are already creating. Being silent, I mean, still. And little by little, they challenge their notion of themselves and yourself as a curator and artist. And they create another kind of art that we used to say it's childlike or whatever. But the power of this art is that it is a fundamental expression of the ancient Icarus project or a deeper project. So let's celebrate this kind of art that will not be sold with a lot of money in a museum, but it carries the life itself and the struggle about it.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Oh, they're a good question.
Yes.
Thank you so much. This is, really comes from your heart. I can see that. And I know you've been working with a lot of things.
Yeah.
And in that area of the world, we are facing so many problems that everybody's pushed to the south of the Mediterranean. And all of us have to work with that.
I was abused as a child, and I would have end up with drugs, stealing, but the book saved me, and then painting saved me. So
sure.
Wow, very inspiring. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we've come to the end of day 2, and we're going to have a certificate presentation outside, mainly because I won't be here tomorrow. I will be back in Canterbury because my own organization is celebrating its 50th anniversary, so it's not something I can just skip. So, but I'm so grateful that you've all come here and shared your expertise, your time, and your learning with all of us. And I really hope we'll see each other again next year. So, thank you. So let's make our way outside and we'll get on with the certificate presentations. But yes, please do come for day 3 if you're still interested.
Thank you for being so kind. You're a very good-hearted person. All the best.
I'm sure we'll see you again.
If I survive.
Oh, you will.
You never become the same.
What is the certificate presentation, Julie?
Just giving you a certificate of participation.
Well, I'm here.
So I've given up eating eggs now.
Ευχαριστώ, αλλά δεν μπορώ πια να μιλήσω.
Ναι, εντάξει, μην μιλάς. Λοιπόν, θέλω να σου πω τι διέλυσες. Τους διέλυσες όλους αυτούς εδώ, γιατί είναι, ξέρεις, οι άνθρωποι όλοι αυτοί στη Δύση δεν έχουν ζήσει τον εαυτό τους. Είναι κλειστοί άνθρωποι και όλα είναι μηχανικά. Πολλοί από αυτούς εδώ δώσανε πληροφορίες οι οποίες κυριούνται και προσπαθούμε να βρούμε άκρες. Και εσύ φτάνει βαθιά, δηλαδή έχεις διαβάσει, γνωρίζεις πράγματα και τα λες.
Yes,